Night falls gently, and the dome of the sky fills with countless stars. They shimmer like distant lanterns on the deep canvas of darkness. There is a hush in this moment, a quiet that spans thousands of years, back to the nights when our earliest ancestors gazed upward in wonder. Above, the Milky Way arcs across heaven, a pale ethereal band of light. To the ancient mind, it was more than distant stars. It was a great river, a road, a bridge, a cosmic ocean spilling across the sky. Under this sprawling nightscape, generations before us felt the breath of the universe on their skin. The sky was alive to them. Each glittering point of light held a story, each flicker a gentle whisper from a deity or spirit. In the stillness of night, when the world below slept, the heavens came alive with myths and meaning. An old sage might have sat by a glowing fire, looking up and seen not just stars, but the campfires of the gods, the eyes of ancestors watching over the world, or the sparks of creation itself. We can almost hear that elder now, as we listen to the soft cadence of tales carried on the night breeze. His voice is low and melodic, blending with the sounds of the night. He speaks of an ancient tapestry woven from starlight and dreams stretched overhead. Each culture, each people who walked the earth, have added their own embroidery to that tapestry, patterns of heroes and monsters, lovers and guardians, all twinkling above in eternal vigil. The cosmic ocean of the night sky connects them all, as waves of starlight wash over every land and every sea. So we begin our journey across this cosmic ocean, drifting from one horizon to another. The stars will be our guides and our storytellers. From the great deserts of Africa to the frozen lakes of the north, from the islands in the vast Pacific to the valleys between mighty rivers, we follow the constellations that once guided travelers and inspired poets. Gently, slowly, we will uncover the ancient skies and the eternal stories they inspired. In this tranquil exploration, there is no rush, only the gradual unfolding of night and the old, whispered myths of the cosmos. That misty river of light has many names in many lands. In one tender story from ancient China, it is the silver river of heaven. On one side of this shining band lives a weaver girl, and on the other side, a humble cowherd. The weaver girl is a celestial maiden, weaving silken clouds and rainbows on her loom of stars. The cowherd is a mortal youth who captured her heart. Their love was forbidden by the heavens, and so the two were separated by the gleaming river of stars. But such was their devotion that once each year a great flock of magpies takes pity and forms a bridge across the Milky Way. Across this living bridge of wings, the lovers reunite for a single night. Then, with dawn's first light, they must part again, waiting patiently for the next reunion. Under the quiet night sky, people would point to the stars Vega and Altair, shining on opposite banks of the Milky Way, and know that even across the vastness of space, love endures. Far to the west, beneath the same starry arch, the story sounded different. The ancient Greeks looked at that pale glow and imagined milk from the breast of the goddess Hera, sprayed across the heavens. They told how the infant Heracles, hidden at Hera's breast, suckled too fiercely. When the startled goddess awoke and pulled away, her divine milk spurted out, forming a trail of stars. And so they named it Galaxius, the Milky Circle, a mark of the gods on the night. In the desert lands of Egypt, where the great river Nile winds under the sky, people also gazed up and found meaning in the Milky Way. To them, it was a heavenly reflection of their earthly river, or at times, a celestial field sown with grain. Some spoke of it as the milk of a cosmic cow goddess, stretching across the sky to nourish the world below. High above the sands, the band of light became a symbol of fertility and renewal, a reminder that the heavens watched over the annual floods and harvests. Elsewhere, others believed the ghostly band was a pathway of souls. Many a culture whispered that the spirits of the departed walk that shimmering road in the sky on their journey to the other realm. Along this luminous path, they are guided safely to the beyond, never truly lost, as their loved ones below take comfort, seeing the soft glow overhead and knowing it is the highway of souls. And there are tales of mischief too, hidden in that haze of stars. The Navajo tell of a time when the world was new, and first man was carefully placing the stars in patterns. But Coyote, the trickster, grew impatient with the slow, deliberate work. In a fit of impulsive fun, Coyote snatched up the blanket full of unplaced stars and flung them into the sky. They scattered in a great swath, random and sparkling, forming the Milky Way in all its cluttered glory. The careful plans of first man were dashed, and the sky's neat order was forever broken. Yet in that sparkling chaos, a breathtaking river of light came to be. Even the elders smiled at this story, recognizing that sometimes, from the playful antics of a trickster, beauty is born. And where many saw a bright river of stars, others looked instead at the darkness between. The Inca of the high Andes, for example, perceived shapes not from star patterns, but from the black voids of the Milky Way's band. They imagined a llama outlined by the dark dust clouds, with its eye the Coalsack Nebula, and other creatures like a fox and serpent hidden in the starry backdrop. To them, these dark constellations were just as vital, guiding seasonal planting and honoured in ritual. In Australia, Aboriginal peoples also found figures in the Milky Way's shadows. They saw a great celestial emu stretched out along the glowing band. The emu's head was formed by a dark nebula near the Southern Cross, and its body by the thick dust lanes of the galaxy. When the emu rose at certain times of year, it signalled the season for finding emu eggs on Earth. Such tales show that even the apparent emptiness of the sky brimmed with meaning for those who knew how to see. The night's canvas was so rich that both stars and the spaces between them could come alive with myth. So the Milky Way spans the night, a bridge, a river, a spill of milk, a trail of souls, a capricious splash of stars. Different peoples found different meaning in its soft glow, yet all agreed it was something sacred and awe-inspiring. On clear nights, as that pale ribbon arcs from horizon to horizon, it links every corner of the earth under one shared sky, reminding all who look up of the tales that live among the stars. As the storyteller guides our eyes beyond that starry arch, we begin to see pictures formed of stars. In the random scatter of lights, imagination draws outlines. A hunter here, a giant bear there, a swan, a hero, a scorpion. All across the world, people connected the dots of stars into constellations, like patterns in a cosmic canvas, each with its own story to tell. High in the northern sky turns the Great Bear. 7 bright stars mark her shape. What many today call the Big Dipper forms her back and tail. The ancient Greeks say she was once a maiden named Callisto, transformed into a bear and set in the heavens by Zeus. Her child, born human, was also swept up to safety and became the little bear nearby. To this day, mother and son circle the pole of the sky, never dipping below the horizon. Far across the ocean, many Native American tribes also saw a great bear in those stars. Some tell of hunters chasing this bear through the seasons. As summer ends, one hunter finally wounds the bear with an arrow. Her blood drips down, staining the leaves of the trees red in autumn. By spring, the bear has healed and the chase begins anew. Thus, the great bear in the sky embodies the eternal cycle of the seasons, life, death, and rebirth, all unfolding in the slow turning of the stars. Not far from the Great Bear shines the North Star, Polaris, fixed in the same place each night, while all other stars wheel around it. For countless generations, this steady star has been a celestial compass. To the peoples of the North, Polaris was a trusted guide home for wanderers beneath the night sky. Some imagined it as a great pillar or the spike of a cosmic tent that holds up the heavens. In ancient China, it was revered as the Emperor Star, unmoving at the center of the sky's affairs, with the constellations as his court circling around. And in India, a tale is told of a boy named Dhruva, whose devotion was so pure that the gods placed him in the heavens as the pole star to shine forever as an example of loyalty and truth. Even now, Polaris beams with a modest glow, a symbol of constancy in a changing world. Elsewhere, on the celestial tapestry, a mighty hunter strides across the winter night. The constellation Orion, with his belt of 3 bright stars in a row, is visible from almost every land, and many have seen a great figure in those stars. To the Greeks, this was Orion, a heroic hunter with a gleaming sword and loyal dogs at his heels. In their myths, Orion boasted he would hunt every beast on earth, angering the earth goddess, who sent a small scorpion to sting him. Orion died from that sting, and Zeus set him among the stars to honor his bravery. The scorpion was placed on the opposite side of the sky as the constellation Scorpius. Ever since, the two are celestial rivals. When the scorpion rises, the hunter flees below the horizon, and when Orion dominates the sky, Scorpius is nowhere to be seen. Their eternal dance is a reminder that even the mighty have their weaknesses, and balance is kept in the heavens. But not everyone sees Orion the same way. In the islands of Polynesia, people also noted Orion's belt and surrounding stars, but they spun different tales. They saw a line of stars as the outline of a great canoe, or as the jaw of a giant, and the bright star we call Betelgeuse as the eye of a god. And where the Greeks saw a scorpion's tail curving in the southern sky, Polynesians imagined something quite different: the magic fish hook of the demigod Maui. One Polynesian legend tells how Maui cast his hook into the sea and pulled up new lands from the ocean floor. After this feat, he cast his hook into the sky. There it stayed, transformed into a pattern of stars. Look up on a tropical night, and the curving hook, which others know as the tail of Scorpius, still glimmers, a testament to Maui's trickery and courage. One of the most beloved star clusters in the sky is a tiny twinkling knot of 6 or 7 stars. the Pleiades. On a clear night, you can see them clustered close together like a little sparkling beehive. Cultures the world over recognized this group and wove stories about it. The Greeks called them the Seven Sisters, daughters of Atlas and Pleione. They said Orion the hunter fell in love with these sisters and pursued them relentlessly. Zeus took pity and transformed the maidens into doves, then into stars to escape Orion's chase. Yet Orion himself was later set in the sky, and to this day he follows the Pleiades eternally across the heavens, never able to catch them. Only 6 stars shine clearly to most eyes. And Greek storytellers explained that one sister, Merope, hides her light out of shame because she married a mortal man, unlike her immortal sisters. Many indigenous peoples also saw 7 in this cluster. In a Kiowa legend from the North American plains, 7 young girls were chased by a giant bear. To save them, the Great Spirit raised the ground beneath the girls' feet, lifting them into the sky. The bear clawed furiously at the rising earth, scratching deep grooves into the rock, but the girls were carried beyond its reach and into the heavens. They became the 7 stars of the Pleiades, and the scratched rock became the famous Devil's Tower, a towering butte that still stands today with vertical grooves down its sides. Around the world, similar tales are told of a group of sisters or companions who escape to the sky, which is why so many languages name these stars 7 sisters or 7 maidens. Often one star is said to be lost or hiding, just as in Greece, some Pacific island tales claim one sister stayed hidden or fell to earth. And in Australian Aboriginal stories, one of the sisters is too young or too shy, which is why only 6 are easily visible. Even so, the Pleiades shine as a tight family. To farmers and sailors, their annual appearance and disappearance marked important seasons. When the Pleiades rise before dawn, it signaled the coming of spring, or the time to set sail on long voyages. And when they sank into the sunset glow months later, it heralded the approach of winter. Thus, these little stars became a cosmic calendar as well as a source of legend, a cluster of glittering stories hanging high in the sky. For each glittering group of stars, there were countless tales. The zodiac belt, for example, held 12 star signs, from the bold lion to the mighty bull to the balanced scales. Each a constellation, with myths in Mesopotamia, Greece, India, and beyond. In China, the night sky was divided into great palaces and enclosures, rather than the Greco-Roman constellations. There, they saw celestial dragons, tortoises, tigers, and phoenix-like birds representing the 4 seasons and cardinal directions. The sky was a grand map of the empire of heaven, with the North Star as the royal throne. And in the southern hemisphere, where different stars shine, people found their own guiding patterns. The people of Polynesia memorized the positions of countless stars to navigate vast oceans, mapping the night sky as carefully as any land. The Maori of New Zealand welcomed the heliacal rising of the Pleiades, known to them as Matariki, as the start of their new year. In southern Africa, the Southern Cross constellation high in the austral sky was seen not as a cross, but sometimes as a pair of giraffes or a pride of lions. Each culture's eyes saw a unique story written in the stars above. Under the dark expanse, all these constellations and star clusters became familiar friends to those who watched nightly. The sky was a scrolling storybook, and by knowing its patterns, our ancestors felt a profound connection to the cosmos. As the stars moved through the night and across the seasons, their stories moved with them, guiding, teaching, and enchanting those below. Amidst the starry hosts, the moon reigns as the gentle queen of the night. Her soft glow has been the muse of poets and the subject of many a folk tale. Night after night, as she waxes and wanes, people watched her change shape and wondered at her story. In many cultures, the moon is seen as a goddess, serene, luminous, and ever-changing, watching over the world by night. To others, the moon is a solitary god who wanders the darkness. But all agree the moon has a powerful presence and a story of her own. In China, they tell of Chang'e, the moon maiden. Long ago, Chang'e was a mortal woman, the wife of a heroic archer, Hou Yi. He saved the world by shooting down 9 excess suns, leaving just one to warm the earth. As a reward, the Queen Mother of Heaven gave Hou Yi an elixir of immortality, a potion that would make him a god. But out of love for her husband, Chang'e secretly drank the potion herself, to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands, or to ensure at least one of them would live forever. The magic made her float upward, all the way to the moon, where she became a goddess. Now she lives in the moon's cold palace, accompanied only by a small jade rabbit. On clear autumn nights during the harvest moon, Chinese families gaze at the moon and tell their children how Chang'e yearns for her husband from afar. Some say the silhouette of Chang'e and her rabbit can be seen, and people eat sweet mooncakes in her honor, remembering the sacrifice she made. To the Greeks and Romans, the moon was personified as a goddess who drives her silver chariot across the sky. They called her Selene, or Luna, with a pale face shining down. One tender Greek myth tells of Selene's great love for a mortal man, a shepherd prince named Endymion. Endymion was so handsome that Selene fell deeply in love with him as he slept under the open sky. Not wanting him to ever leave her, she begged Zeus to grant Endymion eternal sleep and eternal youth. Zeus consented, and Endymion fell into an endless enchanted slumber. Every night, Selene descends from the heavens to visit him on a quiet mountainside. She gently kisses his closed eyes and watches over his dreams, bathing him in her soft light. Thus, the radiant moon keeps her beloved forever, through a love that transcends the boundary between heaven and earth, waking and sleep. Many traditions explain the moon's changing phases through storytelling. In a folk tale told by the San people of southern Africa, the moon was once a man who angered the sun. The sun, in his fierce brightness, began to slice away pieces of the moon each night in a fit of rage. The moon grew thinner and thinner, dwindling to a mere sliver. Afraid of disappearing entirely, the moon begged the sun for mercy. At last, the sun relented and let the moon recover. Gradually, the moon healed and grew full again. But alas, the truce did not last. The sun's anger always returns, and once more he cuts the moon down. And so it continues in cycles, the moon shrinking under the sun's wrath, then growing back in forgiveness, over and over, forever. This gentle tale gave meaning to the waxing and waning moon, assuring people that the delicate crescent would indeed blossom back into a full moon in time, and that darkness would give way again to silver light. All over the world, people have looked up at the bright full moon and seen shapes on its face. Where some see the man in the moon gazing down, others see animals or symbols. In many Asian cultures, there is the story of the jade rabbit on the moon. They say this faithful rabbit pounds the ingredients of the elixir of life under a cinnamon tree, working for the moon goddess. Far away in the Americas, some indigenous stories also speak of a rabbit in the moon, or a frog, or a basket. In parts of Europe, people imagined a man carrying sticks, banished to the moon for some ancient transgression, forever outlined in the lunar patches. Every culture fills that glowing orb with its own familiar images, making the distant moon feel closer to home. The moon's gentle light also served as a guide and a calendar. Its cycle of phases, about 29 days, was one of the first ways humans kept track of time. Many cultures counted their months by the moon. They named each full moon, harvest moon, hunter's moon, and so on, and held festivals under her light. Under the new moon's darkness, they paused or held sacred observances. The moon was thought to influence the growth of crops, the rhythms of fertility, and even moods of people. The word lunacy hints at Luna's believed power to stir the mind. But mostly, the moon brought comfort, a nightlight in the sky that waxed and waned, but always returned. Her presence reminded people that even in darkness, they were not alone. The moon became a symbol of renewal, constantly dying and reborn, and a companion to anyone who has ever sat in the still of night, bathing in that cool, gentle glow, and perhaps whispering a hopeful wish to the lunar lady above. If the moon is the gentle queen of night, the sun is the vibrant king of day. Every dawn, its golden light returns, chasing away darkness and bringing warmth. The ancients greeted the sunrise with reverence and relief, a reaffirmation that life continued. Naturally, they spun tales to explain the sun's daily journey. In many lands, people imagined the sun as a great deity traveling across the sky each day. The Greeks told of Helios, the sun god, driving a chariot drawn by fiery horses. At dawn, he rose from the eastern ocean, bringing daylight as he rode, and at dusk, he descended in the west, slipping into the ocean's embrace. Some said Helios then sailed in a golden cup or boat along the world's river, back to the east, during the night, to begin the cycle anew. Later, the sun came to be associated with Apollo, who wore a radiant crown and spread the sun's blessings. In ancient Egypt, the sun was embodied by Ra, who each day steered his solar boat across the sky. Each evening, Ra was swallowed by Nut, the sky goddess, whose starry body arched over the earth. Ra then voyaged through the dark underworld, facing dangers like the serpent Apophis, and emerged reborn at dawn. Thus, every sunrise was seen as the sun god's victory over darkness, a daily resurrection. Egyptians also called the sun the Eye of Ra, watching over the world by day. Pharaohs, as children of Ra, performed sunrise rituals to help the sun rise and to renew their divine right to rule. Far to the north, the Norse spoke of Sol, a bright-haired goddess driving the sun chariot. She too raced across the heavens, pursued relentlessly by a giant wolf named Shull. The fear that one day the wolf would catch her was part of their apocalyptic law, as we have seen with eclipses. But each day Sol kept just ahead, bringing daylight to Midgard, the world of humans. Her swift passage made the days fly quickly, a reminder of life's fleeting nature. In India, the sun was Surya, a glowing god who rode a chariot pulled by 7 splendid horses, or one horse with 7 heads, representing the 7 colors of sunlight, or the 7 days of the week. Hindus would greet the rising Surya by pouring water in libation and chanting mantras, letting the morning rays fall on them in blessing. Surya was often depicted with lotus flowers, symbolizing the sun's power to make life and enlightenment bloom. On the islands of Polynesia, where the sun's heat could be fierce, there is a famous tale about taming the sun. The demigod Maui became frustrated that the days were too short for people to finish their work. So he climbed to the summit of Haleakala, a great mountain, and waited for the sun to rise. When the first rays appeared, Maui snared the sun with a strong rope made of his sister's hair. The sun roared and thrashed, but Maui held firm. He demanded that the sun slow its journey across the sky to give humanity longer days. Helpless in the rope, the sun agreed. Maui released it, and from then on, the sun moved more slowly overhead, lengthening the days. This charming myth taught the Polynesians that even the mighty sun could be reasoned with by a clever hero, and it explained why summer days are longer than winter ones. In Japan, the sun was revered as the goddess Amaterasu, ancestress of the imperial family. One myth tells how Amaterasu became so upset by her brother's mischief that she hid herself in a cave, plunging the world into darkness. The other gods grew worried. Without the sun, crops failed, and life languished. They lured her out by staging a raucous dance and holding up a mirror at the cave entrance. Curious at the noise, and drawn by her own reflection, Amaterasu stepped out, and instantly her light returned to the world. The delighted gods pulled away the stone at the cave's mouth so she could not retreat again. This story impressed upon people the preciousness of sunlight and the need for joy and cooperation to sustain it. Virtually every culture acknowledged the sun's vital role. Some built great monuments to mark its rising and setting points at solstices and equinoxes, celebrating the seasonal turnings of its path. From Stonehenge in Britain to Abu Simbel in Egypt, temples and stones align with the sun's rays on special days of the year, creating shafts of light in sacred chambers. People held festivals at the winter solstice to beckon the sun's return from its weakest point, lighting fires and candles to imitate and encourage its light during the longest nights. At summer solstice, they rejoiced in its power and bounty. In societies such as the Inca of South America, the sun, Inti, was the paramount deity. The Inca emperor, believed to be Inti's child, performed elaborate ceremonies at sunrise. During the annual Inti Raymi festival, they offered golden treasures and llamas as sacrifices to strengthen the sun, ensuring good harvests. Similarly, the Aztecs of Mexico felt they had to feed the sun god Huitzilopochtli with human sacrifices so that he would have the strength to rise each day and continue the cosmic battle against darkness. Though such practices were harsh, they underline how deeply people feared a world without the sun. By myth and ritual, ancient humans expressed gratitude for each sunrise. The sun's journey across the sky was the grand narrative of each day, a reassuring cycle that anchored their existence. As night falls again in our story, we remember that behind the wonders of the night stands the steadfast sun, waiting to bring a new dawn. In the cosmic ocean of the sky, day and night dance in eternal balance, each giving rise to its own realm of stories. Beyond the sun and the moon, sky watchers noticed 5 other lights that moved through the sky with mysterious wandering paths. The ancients noted 5 bright wanderers, the planets, that appeared as star-like points. But unlike the fixed stars, they drifted from constellation to constellation over weeks and months. These wandering stars fascinated and puzzled early observers. Because they did not follow the ordinary rules, people often imagined them to be gods travelling through the heavens, each with its own character and story. The brightest wanderer was one that alternated between appearing in the east before dawn and in the west after sunset. Today, it is known as the planet Venus, but long ago, it was often called the morning star and evening star. Many cultures eventually learned these were the same object, and they endowed it with great significance. To the Sumerians and Babylonians, this was Ishtar, or Inanna, the goddess of love and war. In their tales, Ishtar descends into the underworld at times, disappearing from the sky, and later returns, shining once again. This mirrored the planet's behavior. Venus vanishes for several days when moving between its roles as evening star and morning star, and the Mesopotamian myth of Ishtar's descent and resurrection was likely inspired by that cycle. The Maya of Central America also watched Venus closely. To them, it was the celestial form of their god Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. Its appearances were considered omens of great events. Wars might be timed to the rise of Venus. In ancient Greece, the morning star was called Phosphoros, the light bringer, and the evening star Hesperos, thought to be different entities, until philosophers realized they were one. After that, the Greeks linked this star with Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, and later the Romans named it Venus for their own love goddess. Radiant and cloud-wreathed, this planet goddess became a symbol of both love's beauty and, at times, its unpredictability. Another wanderer was much more elusive. Mercury, the smallest of the 5, moves so swiftly that it never strays far from the sunrise or sunset glow. Sky watchers would glimpse it low on the horizon at dusk or dawn, only to lose it again in the sun's glare. Because of its fleet, ever-hurrying motion, the Romans named it Mercury after the quick messenger of the gods, whom the Greeks knew as Hermes. The Babylonians associated it with Nabu, the divine scribe who carried the words of the gods. It was as if this little planet were a courier running errands for the sun itself, visible one moment, gone the next, always racing along its tightly bound path near the great solar king. Another bright wanderer glows with a fiery red tint. This one, the planet Mars, evoked images of blood, fire, and strife. To Babylonian stargazers, it was associated with Nergal, a god of war and destruction. The Greeks and Romans saw in that ruddy light their war god, Ares or Mars, driving his chariot of battle across the sky. When Mars loomed bright and close every couple of years, it often coincided, by chance or perhaps by human design, with times of conflict on Earth, reinforcing its warlike reputation. Yet Mars could also be seen as a protector in some cultures, a fierce guardian watching over the night. Jupiter, by contrast, was a slow-moving king among the wanderers. Taking many years to traverse the zodiac, it shone steadily and majestically. The Babylonians knew it as Marduk, chief of their pantheon. The Romans named it Jupiter for their sky father god, the Greek Zeus. In India, this planet was called Brihaspati or Guru, a divine teacher, and it was considered auspicious, a planet of wisdom and benevolence. Whenever Jupiter climbed high, astrologers saw it as a sign of good fortune or the rise of great leaders. Near Jupiter's path, one could spot the duller golden light of Saturn, the farthest planet visible to the naked eye. Saturn moved even more slowly, and its presence marked the boundary of the known solar system for millennia. The Romans associated it with their aged god Saturnus, the Greek Kronos, a father of Zeus and a symbol of time and harvest. Fittingly, Saturn's slow journey around the sky, taking nearly 30 years, embodied the long passage of time. Some said Saturn taught patience and endurance. Its appearance could herald a time of reflection or challenge. In Hindu lore, Shani, Saturn, was a stern deity dispensing karmic justice, and people would perform rituals to appease him, wary of his influence on their lives. Each of these wandering stars played a role in ancient astrology and mythology. The Greeks collectively called them planetoi, meaning wanderers, imagining them as divine beings influencing human fate. The Hindus counted the sun and moon among the Navagraha, 9 celestial influences, including the 5 true planets and 2 mysterious eclipse nodes, Rahu and Ketu. Temples and altars were dedicated to these grahas, and prayers were offered to keep their influence favourable. In China, the 5 major planets corresponded to the 5 elements: water, metal, fire, wood, earth, and were tied to the emperor's mandate and the harmony of the cosmos. Watching the planets, ancient astronomers noticed intricate dances. Sometimes a planet would slow and even reverse course for a time, a retrograde motion. To them, these were significant celestial dramas, perhaps a god deciding to retrace his steps or revisit a part of the sky. Such movements were woven into myths or used as omens. A bright conjunction of planets, when 2 came close together in the sky, might be hailed as a union of divine forces or a harbinger of change on Earth. On clear nights, those wandering stars stand out with a steady light among the twinkling field of fixed stars. Our ancestors followed their journeys with care and curiosity. They welcomed the return of Venus in the morning, marvelled at Jupiter's stately progress, and respected Mars's angry red glare. In those wandering lights, people sensed that the gods themselves were out on errands, writing their will across the sky and subtly guiding the fates of those below. Even the dependable sun and moon sometimes behaved in startling ways. It was terrifying for ancient peoples when, in the middle of a sunny day, the sky suddenly grew dark and the sun's light was blotted out. A solar eclipse was an awe-inspiring and frightening event. Without science to explain it, people turned to myth. Something must be devouring the sun. In China, they imagined a great dragon or celestial dog trying to eat the sun. The word for eclipse in Chinese, shi, even means to eat. During such times, imperial astronomers would sound the alarm, and people banged gongs, drums, and pots, shouting to scare the beast away. In India and other Hindu lands, the culprit was said to be the demon Rahu. As the legend goes, Rahu was a trickster who once drank the god's nectar of immortality. The sun and moon exposed his theft, and the supreme god Vishnu cut off Rahu's head as punishment. But because Rahu had tasted the divine nectar, he could not die. His bodiless head floated into the sky. Burning with vengeance, Rahu chased the sun and moon, and once in a while he catches up and swallows one of them. However, since he has no body, the sun or moon slips back out of his severed neck, and the eclipse passes. Hindus, too, would pray and drum during eclipses to help the sun or moon escape Rahu's grasp. Far to the west, the Vikings in cold northern Europe told of sky wolves pursuing Sol and Mani, the sun maiden and moon god, through the heavens. When the sun grew dark, they believed a giant wolf had finally caught Sol in its jaws. They would clamour and make noise to startle the wolf into releasing her. Similarly, many cultures around the world reacted to eclipses with noise and commotion, united by the instinct to chase away whatever monster or shadow had taken hold of the shining celestial discs. The idea of a beast or spirit consuming the sun was natural to the frightened human mind. The sun's warm, life-giving eye was suddenly snatched from the sky, threatening chaos. So communities gathered in those tense moments, creating a ruckus and praying until the light returned. When the sun emerged again, usually after only a few minutes, though it surely felt longer, jubilant relief swept through the watchers. They had confronted the cosmic menace with faith and noise, and balance was restored. The sun smiled down once more on a world that had briefly plunged into an uncanny twilight. The moon, too, sometimes underwent a mysterious darkening. On certain nights, the full moon would suddenly lose her brilliance, fading to a dull copper red, or disappearing entirely in the earth's shadow. Ancient observers feared for their gentle night guardian. Why had her face turned blood red? They imagined she was under attack as well. The Incas of the Andes believed a giant jaguar had leapt into the sky to swallow the moon. The red colour was the beast's blood-stained mouth. To protect the moon, people would shout and rattle spears, hoping to drive the jaguar away. In parts of India, it was again the demon Rahu assailing the moon, just as he did the sun, and loud noises and prayers were offered to make him release her. In Chinese folklore, a heavenly dragon might also seize the moon, just as with the sun, and the same clamour of drums and firecrackers was raised to rescue her. During a lunar eclipse, the world doesn't go completely dark, as in a solar eclipse, but the sight of the moon dimming and turning reddish was eerie enough to stir dread. Some cultures personified the moon's distress. In Norse myth, the moon god Mani likewise was chased by a wolf named Hati, and when the moon went dark, people knew Hati had caught him. In response, they made noise to scare the wolf off, just as they did for his sister Sol during solar eclipses. In other traditions, people took eclipses more calmly, treating them as moments of omen or reflection. But generally, an eclipse, solar or lunar, was seen as a disruption of the natural order, a time when the normal rules of sun and moon were suspended. Once the moon began to reappear bright and round again, hearts would unclench. Communities often held feasts or ceremonies afterward, giving thanks for the return of the celestial harmony. The temporary darkness had passed, and the familiar glow of the moon returned, assuring everyone that the cosmic balance had been restored. Not all heavenly wonders were as regular as the sun, moon, or planets. Sometimes, a new light would streak into view, a bearded star with a tail stretching across the sky. These were comets, and to ancient peoples, they were perhaps the most ominous of all celestial signs. A comet might appear without warning and linger for days or weeks, its glowing tail spanning a vast swath of the heavens. Such a sight filled people with awe and apprehension. In many cultures, Comets were seen as heralds of great change or calamity. The very word disaster comes from Latin for bad star, reflecting the common belief that a blazing star in the sky boded ill. In Europe, chroniclers recorded comets before plagues, wars, and the deaths of kings. One famous comet in the 11th century was depicted in the Bayeux tapestry. Observers believed it foreshadowed a bloody conquest. And indeed, shortly after, a king fell and a new ruler took the throne. To them, the comet had been a fiery omen, spelling out the will of the heavens. In ancient Rome, a bright comet was seen after Julius Caesar's death, and people took it as a sign that his soul had ascended to the heavens to join the gods. Thus, not all cometary omens were grim. Some could be taken as triumphant or validating events. In China, comets were carefully observed and catalogued for millennia. Chinese astronomers called them broom stars or guest stars. Each type of comet, with different tail shapes, was noted in the imperial records. They believed such celestial guests carried messages from heaven about the emperor's reign. A comet might warn of a dynasty in decline, or a mandate from heaven changing hands. Yet the Chinese approach was often more scientific and record-keeping than purely fearful. They sought to understand these phenomena's patterns. Still, among common folk everywhere, to see a comet suddenly hanging in the night was to feel the unsettled stirrings of fate. To the Maya and Aztec as well, comets and meteors were portentous. An Aztec codex describes a comet as a smoking star, regarding it as an ill omen, possibly foretelling famine or warfare. Across cultures, the sudden appearance of a comet broke the normal rhythm of the sky, as if a torch-bearing herald had arrived to announce dramatic news. People lit bonfires, held special rites, or hid indoors, depending on their beliefs, while priests and elders interpreted the meaning. And then, after days or weeks, the ghostly visitor would fade back into the depths of space, leaving people to ponder what its presence had meant, and whether it had been a warning, a celebration, or simply a mystery of the vast cosmic ocean, more fleeting than comets, but still stirring wonder, were the shooting stars. On any clear night, one might see a thin streak of light dash across the darkness and vanish, a star seemingly falling out of the sky. Far from being dismissed as trivial, these brief meteors sparked their own folklore. Many saw them as signs or messages. In some traditions, a shooting star was a soul leaving the mortal world and flying up to the realm of spirits. Each little streak was a journey, a life released from earth to join the stars. Elsewhere, people believed the opposite. A falling star meant a spirit or divine being was coming down to earth, or that the heavens were shedding a spark of their glory. A beautiful belief arose that if one made a wish at the very moment a shooting star was seen, the wish would be granted. Why? Because some said the streak of light meant that for an instant the gods were looking directly toward Earth, opening a crack in the celestial sphere. In that precious moment, if a person whispered a heart's desire, the gods might hear it and take pity. Thus, even today, many feel a surge of hopeful excitement when they catch a falling star, murmuring a wish carried up on that brief celestial trail. In other tales, shooting stars were thought to be the playful sparks from a celestial forge, perhaps the smith god Hephaestus, pounding out weapons for the gods, with each strike sending out a shower of fiery embers into the sky. Some saw them as fiery tears shed by the moon or sun, or as jewels knocked loose from a heavenly crown. A meteor shower, where dozens of meteors streak through the sky in an hour, could be seen as a grand celestial fireworks display put on by the deities, or a portent of an important event about to unfold. Yet for all the grand interpretations, shooting stars also brought comfort in their smallness. They were tiny reminders that the heavens were not static, but alive and moving. Unlike the dread a comet could instill, a little shooting star was often seen as a friendly sign, a wink from the cosmos. It gave people an excuse to pause and appreciate a fleeting moment of magic. Under the vast sky, a sudden darting star reminded them that even the great cosmos had its playful flickers and gentle messengers. Under the immense sky, we have journeyed through a mosaic of cosmic myths. We have listened to the voices of distant ancestors as they pointed to the Milky Way and told of lovers or great rivers in the sky. We followed the outlines of bears, hunters, and sisters twinkling above, and heard how each culture traced its own figures among the stars. We sailed with the moon through her phases of sorrow and renewal, and rode with the sun on his daily triumph and nightly respite. We watched the wandering planets play their divine roles, and trembled with those before us when the sun disappeared, or the moon bled red during eclipses. We witnessed fiery omens with tails streaming, and caught the brief sparks of shooting stars carrying wishes aloft. Yet the night has more stories to tell. Countless constellations and legends still wander the starry vault, unmentioned but not forgotten. The cosmic ocean of the sky is boundless, and no single night's telling can exhaust its depths. For every culture we have visited, there are others with their own stellar lore, each adding a unique star to the tapestry of imagination. As our eyes grow heavy and the campfire of our narration burns low, the sky above remains awake, its myths quietly shimmering. In the hush that precedes the dawn, we take comfort in this unity of human wonder. Though separated by oceans and centuries, our ancestors all looked up at the same sky and wove meaning from the same points of light. Their stories, different in details yet alike in spirit, meet and merge in the firmament like tributaries joining a great cosmic sea. They remind us that across time and culture, humanity shares a yearning to understand its place in the vast night, to find kinship with the stars. Night falls gently over the world, and the vault of heaven reveals itself once more. One by one, stars blink into existence in the deep indigo sky, like old friends appearing after a long day. The cosmic ocean above is calm and vast, sparkling with countless lights that have guided and inspired humanity since time immemorial. In this sacred darkness, the ancient stories awaken once more, tales whispered under far-flung skies about the stars, the planets, and the dancing lights of the aurora. Our journey continues, drifting from one horizon to another, guided by the constellations of myth and memory. Far in the south, on an open African plain beneath a moonless sky, a circle of villagers gaze upward around a crackling fire. The silhouettes of distant acacia trees dot the horizon, and a gentle breeze carries the dry scent of grass. Crickets chirp in the grass, and the night hums softly. Above them, the familiar patterns of stars slowly emerge, as though someone were drawing tiny dots of light on a black canvas. They wait for a tiny cluster of specks to rise, the Pleiades. When those 7 faint stars finally peak above the horizon just before dawn, an elder smiles and murmurs an ancient refrain. Each year, the return of this star cluster signals a new beginning. Icy lamella is renewed, and so the year is renewed, he whispers, echoing words passed down from his own grandfather. These are the digging stars, or stars of planting for communities across southern Africa, marking the time to prepare the soil for seeds. All over the savannah, from dry riverbeds to homestead gardens, generations have lived by this cosmic calendar. When Isi Limala appears in the east, it is time to dig and sow, for the Earth's cycle of renewal has begun once more under the renewed sky. One can feel a quiet excitement ripple through the group. Another growing season is on its way, written in the heavens. As the night deepens, the arch of the Milky Way becomes clearer. A ghostly river of countless stars flowing across the sky. Some call it the Stars' Road. Others say it is a great cosmic river, or the backbone of night. To the Sotho people, it was Molalatladi, the place where lightning rests, a fiery river that they said keeps the sky from crashing down. Tonight, that pale band glows overhead, and among the villagers a grandmother begins to speak, her voice low and warm. She remembers a tale her own grandmother told her about how that Milky Way came to be. The children inch closer, eyes shining in the firelight, and listen. Long ago, she says, a willful young girl grew angry with her mother. In her fury at being denied a share of sweet roasted roots, she snatched up embers from the fire and flung them into the heavens. Up and up the glowing coals flew, scattering across the darkness. There they remain even now, glowing as red and white stars, and the ashes she hurled became that soft white streak, the Milky Way, the path of stars that stretches overhead. The children's eyes widen at this image of a celestial road made from the coals of an ancient fire. They picture the girl's arm casting the fire, sparks becoming the countless stars above. In the stillness after the story, each child gazes up at the great misty band and imagines they can almost see a red ember among the white ashes. A simple act of anger by a child long ago gave birth to the broad river of light in the sky, a reminder that even our small passions can light up the heavens. The fire crackles softly as another elder, wrapped in a blanket, lifts his hand to point at a cluster of bright stars hanging high in the sky. His eyes trace a pattern among them, and the younger ones follow his finger. There, gleaming prominently, is a constellation known around the world. Orion, the hunter. 3 stars in a neat row form Orion's belt, and a faint, misty dagger of stars below marks his sword, or perhaps a hanging bow. In these lands, people have their own tales for this heavenly hunter. The elder tilts his head thoughtfully and recounts one of them. See those 3 in a line? He asks softly. Some say they are 3 zebras running across the sky, and that reddish star glinting to the side. He points to Betelgeuse, which indeed shines with a dull ruby glow. That one is a great lion watching them. The children squint and see the stars anew, 3 in a row like striped animals, and a red guardian set a little apart. The elder continues, voice almost a whisper, as if sharing a secret of the night. And there, he moves his finger to a star just above the belt. That star above the 3 is an arrow shot by a mighty hunter. They picture it, the hunter's arrow flying toward the zebras under the lion's gaze. But the arrow fell short, the elder says after a pause. The hunter missed his prey. Now he cannot return home, empty-handed and ashamed. He dares not retrieve his arrow either, For that fierce lion sits beside the zebras, guarding them. The group falls quiet, imagining that lonely hunter hidden among the stars, crouching forever in the sky's darkness. There he remains, as the constellation Orion, eternally cold and hungry, with his bow forever drawn, but his quarry never struck. The tale carries a gentle sorrow and humility. Even a celestial hunter must sometimes accept failure, living on in the sky as a lesson in patience. Some among neighboring tribes tell a different story for these same stars. They see Orion's belt as 3 stubborn wild pigs, and the row of faint stars trailing below as 3 loyal dogs, forever chasing the pigs across the sky. Others, like certain San, bushmen, storytellers, imagined the belt stars were 3 tortoises plodding after a great sky beast. No matter the telling, Orion's pattern blazes above every winter night, tying together many peoples under one cosmic scene. Under African skies, each twinkling cluster or pattern is woven into the fabric of life. To some, the stars are the eyes of ancestors watching over the world. To others, they are the souls of those waiting to be born, hovering until their time comes to descend to earth. Many believe the vault of night is a solid dome, each star a tiny hole pricked in its surface, or a lamp hanging from its high ceiling, lighting the way for souls journeying in darkness. In the quiet moments after the storytelling, the villagers feel the presence of those ancestors in the sparkle of the sky, benign and watchful. High above them all, the planet Venus gleams, appearing sometimes in the evening and sometimes before dawn. In the still before sunrise or at twilight, that brilliant star, the brightest object in the night sky after the moon, has its own tale. In one story told in Malawi, people say Venus is not a single star at all, but 2 different characters, the moon's 2 wives. They tell how the moon once had a pair of wives in the sky. Chechechani, the morning star, was a careless and lazy wife who let her husband, the moon, go hungry. Puikani, the evening star, was the diligent wife who fed the moon well each night. As the story goes, when the moon spends time with poor Chechechani, he grows thin to a mere crescent, wasting away from hunger. But when he visits keened Puikani, she nourishes him, and he waxes full and bright again. Thus the waxing and waning of the moon are explained as the care given by his 2 star wives. Hearing this, the listeners smile and imagine the cosmos as a family drama. The moon travelling between 2 homes, one visit leaving him gaunt, and the other restoring him to shining plumpness. They glance up at the fat gibbous moon rising and wonder, has he just come from Puikani's well-kept hearth? Across Africa, many such gentle legends tie the motions of planets and stars to familiar earthly life, making the vast night feel homey and intimate. Beyond the oceans, under the same arching Milky Way, the ancient stories continue. It is as if we drift on a nocturnal breeze across the sea, from one fireside to another. Now we find ourselves in Australia, where indigenous elders share stories by their campfires under the glittering sky. The night air smells of eucalyptus and earth, still warm from the day's sun. In the distance, a mopoke owl gives a soft hoot. All else is quiet and expectant. Here, the night sky is a rich canvas for the dreamtime legends of the Aboriginal peoples. They too see familiar clusters like the Pleiades, which they call the Seven Sisters. In the red deserts and gum-tree woods, parents point out those 7 sparkling dots to their children and tell a tale as old as the red earth itself. The seven sisters, they say, were once young women who roamed the land together. A hunter, known by different names in different languages, Niru in some traditions, became obsessed with their beauty and pursued them relentlessly. To escape him, the sisters fled across the country, but the hunter was tireless. Desperate to be safe, the sisters climbed the highest hill and leapt into the sky, where they became the cluster of 7 stars. The hunter refused to lose his quarry. He too found a way to vault into the heavens. There he shines as a bright star, some say the red star Aldebaran, eternally following the 7 sisters across the Australian night. Across the continent, various Aboriginal peoples tell versions of this story, different names and details, but the essence remains. The sisters flee, and the man chases, again and again. On crisp winter evenings, when the 7 sisters glitter in the east and Orion's form rises behind them, one can almost feel the tension of that cosmic chase unfolding overhead. The sky becomes a stage for this drama, the tight cluster of sisters twinkling anxiously, and the lone red star of the pursuer trailing behind, night after night. Generation after generation, families have looked up and retold this saga, teaching lessons about boundaries and the protective power of family through the stars. But the Aboriginal sky is not only drawn with stars, it is also drawn with the darkness between them. Where Western eyes might see only an empty black gap, a great rift running through the Milky Way, Indigenous Australians see the silhouette of a mighty emu taking shape in that darkness. Imagine lying on your back in the outback on a clear winter night. The grand band of the Milky Way arcs overhead, teeming with stars, but also streaked by dark patches of cosmic dust. An elder raises a hand toward that dark streak and outlines the emu. There is the head, a small dark oval, the Coalsack Nebula beside the Southern Cross, and trailing along are the long neck and the plump body, all drawn by the very absence of stars. Once one sees it, it cannot be unseen. The emu in the sky, stretching its form across the Milky Way's glow. In early spring at dusk, the emu appears to lie down along the horizon as if nesting. That is when people know it's time to start looking for emu eggs on the land. Later in the year, the emu stands upright in the sky, signalling a different season. In this way, the heavens mirror the cycles of the earth. The great dark emu connects to the actual emus striding across the plains, tying the cosmic to the practical. High above, a pattern of starry glow and inky black guides the timing of a hunt and the gathering of food and carries a sacred dreamtime story. In a community of the Yolngu people of northern Australia, a different grouping of those same Orion stars carries another lesson. A storyteller points out Julpan, the canoe, in the night sky. Orion's line of 3 belt stars becomes 3 brothers seated in a canoe, and the faint curve of stars around them forms the canoe's shape. He tells of the time these brothers went fishing in their canoe on the Sea of the Dreaming. They caught many fish, and in their excitement, one brother speared a huge sawfish that was sacred and forbidden to eat. Defying the law, that brother brought it aboard, and they roasted it over a fire in their canoe. But the Sun Woman, Walu, saw this from the sky and grew angry that the brothers had broken such a taboo. She caused a great waterspout to rise from the ocean, lifting the brothers' canoe up from the sea and flinging it into the heavens. There the 3 brothers became the 3 stars of Orion's belt. Their upturned canoe is outlined by Orion's shield, and the large forbidden fish they stole is the faint misty patch above the belt. what Western astronomy knows as the Orion Nebula, the Yongu Sea as the body of the sawfish. Banished to the sky, the brothers can never return to Earth, and their tragic lesson is visible on clear nights, a reminder in the stars not to break the ancestral laws. On each outing to fish or hunt, this story is remembered, anchoring ethical codes in the very constellations overhead. Not all sky stories in the dreaming are gentle or wistful. Some carry a sharp edge of warning. Across Arnhem Land, in the far north, people speak in hushed tones of a fearsome spirit being called Namorador. Gathered around nighttime campfires, families keep a wary eye on the sky for any sudden streak of light. When a shooting star blazes across the heavens, throwing its quick silver across the void, hearts beat a little faster, for that shooting star is said to be the burning eye of Namorador, searching for prey. This spirit streaks through the darkness on a trail of fire, drawn to the scent of cooking meat and the presence of defenseless souls. In the deep bush, mothers will quietly cover a sleeping baby, and fathers will dampen the fires when a meteor is seen, lest Namorador sweep down. According to elders, only a powerful medicine man, armed with a specially blessed spear and certain secret chants, can confront this sky demon, and even then, only at the right moment of night when its power wanes. The legend of Namorador, frightening as it is told and retold to children to impress upon them the dangers of the dark and the importance of caution. Meat should not be cooked at night, they say, lest its aroma invite unwanted visitors, earthly or otherwise. Young ones are urged to stay close to camp after sundown, with the tale of Namorador fresh in their minds as a protector in the guise of a scare. Yet even this grim story is shared in the soothing cadence of a bedtime tale, the elders' voices gentle despite the terrifying imagery. It weaves a thread of caution into the fabric of night without fully breaking the peaceful spell of stargazing. And in other Aboriginal communities, a shooting star is interpreted more softly, not as a monster's eye, but as a spirit moving across the sky. Some say it's a sign that a soul has just left the earth, journeying to the spirit land beyond and trailing a flash of light in its wake. For the peoples of the dreaming, the heavens are alive with figures and meanings. Every glitter and every shadow above holds a song, a lore, or a memory. Under these skies, to look up at night is to read a vast storybook of culture, connecting the living with the ancestors and binding the people to the land and sky in one continuum. Now our journey carries us far to the north, to a world of ice and long winter nights, where the sky itself moves with ghostly light. In the Arctic darkness, bands of green and violet shimmer and dance overhead. The aurora borealis, the northern lights, unfurling like luminous ribbons across the dome of stars. Under this ethereal display, where green flares shimmer off the ice and snow, Inuit families peer upward in awe. To them, the waving aurora has a life of its own. Their breath hangs in the air as frost. And aside from a distant sled dog's muffled yelp, all is silent below the sky's exuberant dance. Many Inuit say these lights are the souls of their departed loved ones, dancing in the sky. Look, how they leap and swirl. On nights when the aurora streams overhead like a celestial river, they imagine the spirits playing a game, perhaps kicking around a walrus skull as a ball, laughter ringing down in the silence of the night. There is joy in this image, ancestors so happy in the next life that even the sky dances with their mirth. But the lights command respect as well. Inuit elders warn that one should never whistle at the aurora. A quiet hush falls over the settlement when the green ribbons ripple above, for if one teases those spirits with bold noises or gestures, they might take offense. Some say the spirits could swoop down and carry the imprudent one away, or at least deliver a gentle slap as a reminder. So beneath those swirling skies, there is a mix of wonder and caution. Better to watch in silence, to smile and wave reverently, but never to mock. In Lapland, where the Sami people herd their reindeer across snowy fells, a different explanation is given for the aurora's enchantment. They call it revontulet, foxfires. Legend has it that a mystical Arctic fox races through the mountains at night. As he runs, his bushy tail sweeps the snow up into the sky. The snowflakes catch the moonlight and starlight, igniting into the shimmering curtains of green and red. On especially bright aurora nights, one can almost imagine the quick silhouette of a fox bounding over a distant hill, each lash of his tail sending sparks flying into the sky. Indeed, the Sami word for aurora, guovsahas, means the light that can be heard, for some have reported a soft rustling or crackling under a vibrant aurora, as if the fox's magic made not only colour, but faint sound. The people heed old warnings too. A Sami child was told never to wave at the lights with anything white, like a mitten or hat, or the fox might notice and come swooping down. The quiet and respect that the Inuit keep is echoed here as well. Everyone stands still, marvelling, hands deep in their pockets just to be safe, while the foxfires swirl overhead. Other northern peoples found their own meaning in the auroral lights. Along the Norwegian and Swedish coasts, some fishing folk believed that the wavering pink-green glows were reflections from enormous schools of herring swimming in the cold winter seas. A strong display was thus a promise of plenty, a signal that the waters were teeming with fish and the nets would be full. In Finland and Denmark, a story is told of swans who flew too far north during their migration. When they reached the realm of endless ice, they became trapped in the frozen bays. Struggling to free themselves, the swans flapped their wings vigorously, shaking loose the crystals of ice that had gathered on their feathers. Those tiny ice shards were flung high into the sky and caught the light of the moon, cascading down as the beautiful, flickering lights of the aurora. To many native communities in Canada and Alaska, the aurora borealis carried a profound reassurance. The Anishinaabe and others would look up at the pulsating colours and feel them to be messages from the spirit world, a reminder that we are not alone. They believed those radiant waves were the spirits of ancestors, celebrating, dancing, and communicating the joy of the afterlife. Far from inspiring fear, these lights brought comfort, proof that beyond this earthly realm, life continues in light and happiness. On bitter nights, families would step outside their lodges or cabins, gaze at the shimmering sky curtains, and feel the presence of loved ones lost. "They're dancing tonight," someone might whisper, and inside each heart, in the midst of winter, a warm spark of hope would glow. As we leave the polar skies and journey across Siberia, the nights remain long and dark, with stars sharp and clear in the brittle air. The Siberian tundra and taiga stretch beneath an ancient sky that holds its own moving legends. Among the Evenk people, the constellations tell of a great cosmic hunt, eternally in progress above. An Evenk hunter stands on a frozen lake at dusk, gazing at the familiar pattern of the Big Dipper. He pulls his fur cloak tighter as a faint winter breeze stirs the pine trees along the shore, but his eyes stay fixed on the sparkling firmament above. In those 7 bright stars, the Evenk see Keglin, the elk, racing across the heavens, and behind it, the 3 stars of the Dipper's handle are hunters giving chase. One hunter carries a bow, another grips a spear, and the third brings along a faithful dog. The Evenk point out a small companion star near one of the handle stars as the loyal dog. They pursue the elk relentlessly, night after night. This scene is so vivid in Evenk lore that they say the Milky Way itself is the trail of snow kicked up by the hunters' skis as they glide in pursuit across the sky. There are variations of the tale. In one, the elk is a giant creature that once stole the sun and plunged the world into darkness. The heroic hunter Maine took up his bow and chased Keglin the elk from one horizon to the other. Racing on magical skis, Maine finally loosed an arrow that struck the elk, causing it to drop the stolen sun from its antlers. Daylight was restored to the earth, and the grateful people watched as the great elk was transformed into the stars of the Big Dipper. The Milky Way, glinting faintly across the sky, marked the path of Maine's daring chase, and the far north star of Arcturus became Maine himself, standing triumphant. Each year, as winter deepens and the days grow short, the Evenk remember this story, for it mirrors their world. The sun's weak light in winter, and its powerful return in spring. When the sky elk, the Dipper stars, begins to rise higher on spring nights, they know the sun will soon come back strong, just as Maine returned it in the legend. This mythic hunt was once reenacted in spring rites. Hunters of the community would symbolically shoot arrows toward the sky, helping Maine in his chase, then share a ceremonial feast as if enjoying the bounty of the fallen elk. In doing so, they ensured that abundance would follow with the sun's return. Strikingly, the tale of hunters chasing a great beast in the stars is not unique to Siberia. Across the Bering Strait in North America, many First Nations also spoke of the Big Dipper as a great animal pursued by hunters. The Lakota saw it as a bison, the Iroquois as a gigantic bear. When autumn came, they said, the hunters finally caught and slew the bear, and its blood spilled, explaining the red tint of autumn leaves or the reddish hue of the harvest moon. Then the cycle would begin anew in spring as the chase started over. Such parallels suggest that humans everywhere, when faced with the great unknown sky, often found a familiar comfort by imagining it as a reflection of their own lives. Hunters and prey, families and feasts, love and loss, repeating above, just as on earth. There is a kind of solace in seeing our struggles and hopes played out in the stars. It assures us that our little dramas are part of something vast and meaningful. Under southern skies in the Americas, different constellations hold sway. High in the Andes, the Inca people once looked up at the brilliant Milky Way, which they called Mayu, the sacred river, flowing overhead on clear nights. Unlike Old World stargazers, the Inca paid special attention not just to the stars, but to the dark shadows between them. They saw dark constellations, silhouettes of animals outlined by the starry background. One of the most revered of these is Yacana, the black llama. If you gaze at the Milky Way on a crisp Andean night, you can discern her form. The llama's long neck and body are traced by patches of darkness that interrupt the dense star clouds. Two bright stars nearby, known elsewhere as Alpha and Beta Centauri, were seen as her shining eyes, watchful over the highland flocks. According to Andean legend, once a giant black llama descended to earth from the sky to drink from all the water sources of the world. She drank the lakes and rivers to their dregs, and even sipped from the great ocean, preventing a flood by slaking her immense thirst. In doing so, she saved humanity from drowning. In gratitude, the gods placed her image in the heavens. Now Yakana lives among the stars and cares for all the lamas on earth. In Inca times, priests would watch Yakana's position in the sky to know when the lamas in the herds would be healthiest and when it was time for them to bear young. When the dark lama loomed overhead at midnight, as she does in certain months, they knew it was the season when mother lamas would give birth, a time of abundance and celebration for herders. So the heavens provided not only spiritual guidance, but practical counsel for survival. Near Yakana is another shadow figure, Atok, the fox. The fox lurks close to the lama's hind legs in the sky, perhaps hunting her cria, baby, or perhaps fleeing the wrath of a celestial shepherd who stands with arms outstretched to guard the lamas. In Andean lore, the fox is clever but sly, and his presence among the constellations is a reminder to protect one's herds diligently. All these dark constellations, llama, fox, serpent, toad, and others, form a rich menagerie in the Milky Way, a mirror of the Inca world, where each creature had its place and purpose. Even the bright Milky Way itself was linked to the earth. The Inca saw it as a heavenly reflection of the Vilcanota, Urubamba, river that winds through their sacred valley. Thus, events in the sky were thought to resonate in the water on earth, and vice versa. A cosmic harmony between above and below. Further south and east, in the lowlands and rainforests, the night sky reveals the Southern Cross. This compact cruciform of stars near the Milky Way is a guiding signpost for travellers in the Southern Hemisphere. The Guarani people of Paraguay and Brazil envisioned in these four bright stars the footprint of a celestial Ria Nyandu, the great flightless bird of their plains, akin to an ostrich. They sometimes call the constellation the emu's footprint, or identify it directly with the Nyandu. The dark coal sack nebulae near the Southern Cross were seen as the body of this cosmic bird. Somewhere in the pattern, some also saw an egg, a symbol of renewal hidden in the stars. The emergence of the Southern Cross at certain times of year signalled seasonal changes, almost as if the great Ria were dancing across the sky to announce the turning of the calendar. In Mapuche ceremonies in Chile and Argentina, elders painted the cross and surrounding star patterns on their sacred drums and performed the choik perun, the ostrich dance, aligning their steps with the motions of the heavens. By dancing in a circle and imitating the bird's movements under the slowly rotating Southern Cross, they believed they were harmonizing Earth's cycles with the skies. To the Mapuche, the Milky Way splitting around the cross represented the outline of the great bird itself. And each year, the Nyandu would symbolically lay an egg, bringing forth a new season for the land and people. In these festivities, the connection between sky and community felt immediate and joyous. The stars above told them when to hunt the Ria, when to leave its eggs alone, when rains would come, and when to celebrate renewal. Even today, a Mapuche storyteller might point to the Southern Cross on a spring night and relate how the ostrich of the sky signifies that the time of abundance is near. Across the South American lowlands, such knowledge of the sky was interwoven with daily life and ritual, guiding planting and harvest, hunting and gathering, and maintaining a sense of cosmic order. We sail onward over the vast Pacific Ocean, where the night sky becomes a trusted guide on the endless waters. Here, in a world of wide oceans and distant islands, The night sky was not just a source of stories, but also a map and a compass. Picture a Polynesian wayfinder in his voyaging canoe at night. The tropical ocean around him is dark and calm, and a million stars glitter above and below as the sea mirrors the sky. He hears only the gentle splash of waves against the hull and the whisper of wind in the sail. In that silence, he studies the heavens intently. The Polynesians learned the rising and setting of hundreds of stars to navigate their canoes across uncharted waters. But they too wrapped those stars in myth to remember and revere them. One famous legend across the Pacific Islands is that of Maui's fishhook. Maui, a demigod, both clever and bold, was said to have crafted an enchanted fishhook from the jawbone of his ancestral grandmother. In one tale, he cast this hook into the deep ocean and caught something enormous. Straining with all his might, Maui pulled and pulled. The ocean floor itself began to rise. He had hooked a great landmass from the sea, and it became a new island. Some say the North Island of New Zealand, others a whole string of islands like Hawaii. After this feat, Maui flung his magic hook into the sky, where it stuck. Look up, and you can see it. The curved constellation of Scorpius is often called Maui's fishhook, shining brightly against the Milky Way's glow. Every time that hook-shaped pattern sets into the sea at the horizon, islanders are reminded of the daring trickster who pulled up the very lands they stand upon. Other Polynesian myths tell of the cosmos in familial terms. In Maori lore, the Sky Father, Ranginui, and Earth Mother, Papatuanuku, once clung together in a tight embrace, plunging the world into darkness until their children pushed them apart to create the world as we know it, sky above, earth below. Thus separated, they yearn for each other. Dew is the tears of the sky falling for the earth, and mist the earth's longing breath rising to the sky. And when the year turned, the Maori looked to Matariki, the Pleiades cluster, which rises in the winter dawn. Its appearance marked the Maori New Year, a time to honour those who had passed, and to rejoice in what the future holds. During the festival of Matariki, people would wake before sunrise to watch those 7 sisters climb the eastern sky. They would remember that the cycle of life and seasons continues unbroken, that death is followed by birth, that what is harvested will be sown again. At community gatherings, elders recounted how the cluster was also associated with a mother and her daughters, or with tiny eyes of gods watching over the world. They offered karakia, prayers, of thanks for the harvest and hope for the season to come. The first sighting of Matariki in the early morning light was greeted with songs and the blowing of conch shell trumpets. It was both a farewell to the old year and those who left with it, and a welcome to the new. Across all of Polynesia, navigation and timekeeping were interwoven with story. The stars were not merely guides, but also friends and guardians. As a navigator steered by the star called Hokulea, Arcturus, towards Hawaii, he knew it as the Star of Joy and sang to it. When sailors oriented by the Southern Cross, they also recounted how it came to be. In this way, memorizing the stars was made easier by embedding them in narratives, and the loneliness of long voyages was eased by the sense of ancestral spirits travelling alongside in the sky. Far to the east, in ancient China, another tale of love and stars graced the summer skies. On the 7th night of the 7th lunar month, when the late summer sky is dark and moonless, 2 stars stand out, one on each side of the Milky Way's silvery band. These are Altair and Vega, known in Chinese lore as Niu Lang, the cowherd, and Jinu, the weaver girl. Long ago, Niu Lang was a humble cowherd on earth, and Jinu was a celestial weaving maiden, a daughter of the sky goddess. They fell deeply in love, with Jinu even leaving the heavens to be with Niu Lang. For a time, they lived happily and had 2 children. But when Jinu's mother, the goddess of heaven, learned her daughter had married a mortal, she became furious. She swept down from the sky and with a hairpin drew a vast line of stars across the heavens, creating the great river of light, the Milky Way, to separate the lovers forever. Jinu was taken back to the heavens, and Niu Lang was left on earth with their children. Altair and Vega, shining on opposite sides of the Milky Way, became the 2 lovers yearning for each other across the starry river. The magpies of the earth, moved by their sorrow, decided to take pity on them once each year. On a certain night, the 7th night of the 7th month, all the magpies fly up and form a bridge with their wings, allowing Niu Lang and Jinu to meet for a few precious hours. If it rains on that night, people say it is the tears of joy shed by the reunited lovers, or tears of sorrow when they must part again. In China, people still celebrate Qixi, the festival of the cowherd and weaver girl, by looking up at Altair and Vega and hoping for clear skies. The story of Niu Lang and Jinu is a gentle reminder that love endures, even when fate is unkind. Parents point out the 2 stars to their children on summer evenings and tell them of the devoted couple, using the tale to teach about loyalty and to instill the idea that patience and hope can overcome great distances. Each summer, when the Milky Way is brightest, many gaze up and imagine a slender bridge of birds across the stars, bringing 2 separated hearts together for that one happy night. Eastward to the Baltic shores, lands of endless forests, quiet lakes, and midsummer bonfires, we find the Latvians and Lithuanians, whose folklore of sun, moon, and stars is rich and poetic. One beloved Baltic tale speaks of the sun goddess Sol and her family. Sol, radiant and life-giving, was married to Manulis, the moon. They had a beautiful daughter, Oshreen, the morning star, Venus at dawn. But the moon fell in love with the luminous morning star, betraying his vows to the sun. Enraged by this infidelity, the great thunder god Perkunus intervened. With a fiery strike of lightning, he punished the moon for his transgression and separated him from Sol. From that day on, sun and moon would no longer travel the sky together. Sol would ride her golden chariot alone across the sky each day, and Manulis would wander at night, his face scarred and dimmed. The moon's dark markings, some say, are the scorch marks from Perkunus's bolt. The morning star, their daughter, still rises in the east before dawn, but she too is forever kept apart from her mother the sun, glowing only in those early hours or at twilight, never sharing the sky together in full daylight. This myth imbued the daily and monthly motions of the real sun, moon, and Venus with the poignancy of a family drama. Each sunrise, each new moon was a reminder of ancient heartbreak and the cosmic order that arose from it. Sun and moon share the sky, but never at the same time, meeting only briefly during eclipses, which were seen as momentary, dangerous reunions. Yet within the sadness there is balance. Day and night take turns fairly, and Sol and Manulis each care for the world in their allotted time. At summer solstice festivals, even today, songs are sung about Sol's golden journey and Manulis's pale wandering, reenacting the harmony and tension of their dance. Families gather around bonfires in meadows, singing late into the night as stars peep out one by one. The fragrance of fern and wildflower wreaths mingles with wood smoke. At that magical midsummer moment, it feels as if the sun, the moon, and the evening star are listening to the voices of the people below. In other Baltic dinos, folk songs, Orshreen is not a temptress, but a devoted handmaiden to the sun, lighting the fire for Saul each dawn, while the evening star, Vakareen, prepares her bed each dusk. Thus, even with the moon's failing, the cycle of day and night is lovingly maintained by these lesser lights. The Baltics, with their long summer twilights and winter nights, sing both of longing and restoration. The cosmic family may be fractured, but it still works together to keep the world in order. In the misty isles of northwestern Europe, far from the tropical seas, the sky's stories continued as well. The Celtic peoples of ancient Ireland and Britain had their own star lore, though much of it has faded with time. One vivid image survives. The Milky Way was called Bealach na Bo Finne, the way of the white cow. Picture a time thousands of years ago. A druid stands on a hill during a rare clear autumn night. The grass is damp with dew, and ancient stones around him stand like silent sentinels. He sees the Milky Way spread across the sky like spilled milk. In his mind's eye, it becomes the radiant milk of a supernatural cow belonging to the goddess Boann. Boann was the deity of the river Boyne, whose story is a cautionary tale of curiosity and consequence. She approached a forbidden sacred well of wisdom, which then burst into a torrent, the water racing away and forming the river Boyne itself. Boann was swept along and carried out to sea, transforming into a divine white cow as she went. Her path across the sky is the Milky Way, a pale, luminous trail left by the journey of the white cow goddess. Thus, the shimmering band above is directly linked to the earthly river below, a reflection in the heavens of Ireland's sacred waters and the fate of Boann. To the Celts, it was comforting to think that their world and the cosmos were entwined. Rivers above mirroring rivers below, goddesses and stars united. In rural Ireland, folks also knew the Milky Way as Bothar na Bo Riabhash, the road of the brindled cow, or Lact na Spirida, the spirit's milk. In Wales, it was sometimes called Caer Gwydion, the castle of Gwydion, imagining the starry band as the fortress of a mystical enchanter in the sky. Such names gave the starry expanse a gentle familiarity. A traveller walking by night could look up at the Milky Way and feel it as a friendly road or a reassuring light across the darkness. Even as new religions spread, some of the old names persisted. Medieval Europeans dubbed the Milky Way the Road of Santiago, St. James, guiding pilgrims to holy shrines, or the Way of Mary for the path to heaven. Though the original pagan meanings dimmed, the sense of the stars as guides and symbols of hope did not. Yet some traditions also acknowledge a streak of wild chaos amid the order. For example, the Navajo tell that when the first people were carefully placing the stars in the sky in orderly patterns, Coyote grew impatient with their slow deliberation. In a burst of mischief, he grabbed a blanket full of the remaining stars and flung it open, casting stars everywhere at random. Thus, the Milky Way was formed, a spray of scattered lights across the sky, introducing a touch of chaos into an otherwise orderly cosmos. With this tale, they gently remind us that not everything in life can be predicted or controlled, and that chance too has its place in the universe. Night after night, Through all these myths and lands, a common thread emerges. The sky is both a grand clock and a great storybook. The cyclical nature of the heavens, stars rising and setting, constellations shifting with seasons, phases of the moon, the return of comets or meteor showers, gave our ancestors a sense of order in the universe. They saw time itself as a repeating story written in lights. When particular stars returned to the same position after a long absence, it meant a year had passed and a new year begun. If the Pleiades heralded the planting season or the new year in Africa, so too did they signal renewal in Polynesia and beyond. Different stories attached, but the same celestial trigger. The cosmos was like an eternal poem, with verses recurring in a predictable rhythm, assuring people that life and light would cycle back after the dark. Many cultures also placed special significance on the pole star, the one nearly fixed point in the sky around which all others appear to wheel. For the Hindu, this was Dhruva, a devoted boy whose unwavering meditation earned him a permanent place in the heavens as the steadfast North Star, a beacon of constancy. To sailors and travellers, from ancient times to more recent centuries, that star was a trusted guide, a pin of reliability in the ever-turning vault. In some legends, it was a great pillar, or the world's axis, holding up the very sky. Many ancient peoples saw planets wandering against the fixed stars and thought them gods roaming the sky. The bright red Mars was a warrior's spark, often foretelling strife when it glowed near the full moon. Golden Jupiter, moving sedately, was a sky king bestowing fortune, and pale Saturn taught patience with its slow tread. In India, the 9 Navagraha deities, sun, moon, and planets, embodied the celestial influences. In Babylonia, priest astronomers watched the dance of Venus and Mercury at dawn and dusk to advise their kings. Even in ancient China, the emperor's astrologers interpreted guest stars and comets as mandates of heaven. When a strange new star burst into being, as happened more than once, wise men recorded it in chronicles, and common folk wove it into prophecy or lore. At times, a new star would appear where none had been, shining brilliantly for days or weeks. In the year 1054, as Chinese records tell, a guest star lit the dawn sky, even visible in daylight for weeks, likely a supernova. Some saw such a marvel as a phoenix rising from cosmic fires, or a celestial blossom opening briefly. Perhaps far away, ancestors of the Pueblo people etched a star and crescent on a canyon wall, marking that spectacle. To skywatchers, these rare flares were omens or miracles, a star being born, or a great spirit exploding into brilliance. Such sights reminded everyone that the heavens could still surprise, that creation was ongoing and full of wonder. Likewise, when stars streaked across the sky in meteor showers, people found meaning in them. One of the most famous is the Perseid meteor shower each August. In Catholic Europe, it earned the name the Tears of St. Lawrence, as it peaks near that saint's festival day. They imagined the meteors as fiery tears he shed upon martyrdom, falling from the heavens each year. Others believed each shooting star was a soul departing, or a new soul arriving, or a sign of the gods dispensing messages. Comets, too, those travellers with flowing tails, were interpreted through story. In medieval Europe, a comet was a herald of change, a broom sweeping away the old order. The Chinese saw them as broom stars as well, and kept careful track of their appearances over millennia. Some Pacific Islanders viewed a comet as the long flaming tail of an ancestral spirit crossing the sky. Every culture took these wandering lights and fitted them into the tapestry of meaning, easing the anxiety of the unknown by giving it a name and a tale. And so, under all these stars and tales, people found comfort. parents could answer a child's curious nighttime question. What's that star? With a rich legend that both educated and soothed. Communities could predict seasonal changes and also feel connected to something eternal. When elders recounted how the Milky Way was formed, or why the moon wanes, listeners felt the turn of seasons and the passage of time as part of a grand cycle, not a random drift. It gave them faith that just as the stars circle back, so would spring follow winter, success follow hardship, life follow death. They found eternity in the sky's ceaseless motion and in retelling the same stories their ancestors had heard, generation after generation. Under the cosmic ocean of stars, the boundary between reality and myth often blurred. A person gazing long enough might slip into a reverie where the sky truly is an ocean, its stars like islands or ships, each carrying a tale. In a dreamy state, one might feel that by simply stepping into the night air, they could sail among those stars, visiting distant realms of legend. The act of stargazing became a form of storytelling in itself, a nightly meditation. Memories of loved ones were tied to stars. See that star? That's where your great-grandmother watches you, some would say. Hopes and fears were projected onto comets and eclipses. A dark moon. Time to be careful, they'd whisper. Thus the sky was not just above them. It was within them, reflected in their stories and dreams. Now, our slow journey nears its end. The night has grown deep, and the earth below is mostly asleep. Imagine one final panorama of the nocturnal world we have travelled through. A lone figure wrapped in a cloak on a quiet hilltop somewhere on this earth. Long ago, or perhaps not so long. They are gazing at the heavens with eyes full of wonder. Above, the Milky Way drifts like a luminous river, and all the constellations of our tales glow quietly. That watcher, maybe a poet, maybe just a curious soul, closes their eyes and listens to the night. In the silence, they hear echoes of all these ancient voices. The skies whisper in many tongues about sisters fleeing and hunters chasing, a theme found under many skies from Australia to Greece. About sun gods and moon goddesses, about spirits dancing in polar lights and animals etched in starlight. All these myths swirl together up there, forming a grand mural of human imagination. Standing on that hill, the watcher feels small, but also connected to something immensely large. The endless chain of storytellers and dreamers who have looked up at this same sky. As a shooting star streaks by, perhaps the watcher makes a wish or says a prayer, joining ritual with myth. They understand in that moment that the night sky is a mirror. It reflects our questions, our longing, and our faith back at us. No matter who we are or where we come from, we all lie beneath this one cosmic canopy. Its stories belong to everyone. On the endless grasslands beneath the eternal blue sky, the night unfurls slowly. Stars blossom one by one over the Mongolian steppe, sharp and bright in the thin, crisp air. A hush falls as the last light of dusk fades beyond the horizon, where land meets sky in a seamless sweep. In this vast open country, the heavens feel close. A deep sapphire dome studded with countless lights, each a possible spirit or story. Nomadic herders settling in their round felt yurts gaze upward and sense the presence of Tengri, the great sky, watching over them like a gentle, ancient father. Under Tengri's sky, every star has a name and purpose. Mongolian elders point out a tight cluster of 7 bright stars wheeling around the North Star. They call those 7 the Dulun Birken, the 7 gods. In an oft-told legend, these stars were once 7 orphan brothers, renowned for their bravery and unity. Long ago, a monstrous evil, some say a great beast or bird, kidnapped the queen of their land, plunging the kingdom into despair. The grieving king promised a reward to anyone who could save his beloved. The 7 orphan boys, though young, answered the call together. For 2 days and 3 nights, they tracked the creature across plains and up moonlit crags. The battle was fierce beneath a dark sky. Clashing and struggling, they fought the monster with spears and arrows by the flicker of starlight. At last, on the 3rd night, they defeated it and gently carried the queen back home. True to his word, the king wished to reward them. He had a single golden arrow of immense value and power, too precious to divide among 7. So he brought the youths to a high hill under the open sky and hurled the glowing arrow upward into Tengri's domain. "Whoever of you retrieves it shall have it," he declared. Immediately, the youngest and quickest of the orphans chased the arrow with fearless resolve. He leapt so high and so fast that he rose into the heavens themselves. There he caught the golden arrow, and as he grasped it, he was transformed into a star, the one now seen as the steadfast North Star, Pole Star. His astonished elder brothers would not abandon him. One by one they ascended as well, their earthly forms melting into radiant points of light surrounding their younger sibling. Thus, the 7 became 7 divine lights, encircling their littlest brother, to visit him each night and ensure he is never lonely in the sky. Even now, the Mongolian herder knows those stars at a glance. The North Star is called the Altan Hadas, the golden nail that holds up the night. It stands almost motionless, a reliable beacon in the north. And the 7 bright stars revolving around it are the 7 gods guarding their brother. Night after night they circle, like loyal companions around a campfire. This comforting sight reminds anyone far from home that guidance is always present. No traveller under Tengri's sky will lose their way if they remember to find the golden nail and the circling 7. High above, the dipper's ladle shape is easy to spot. Mongolian lore adds a tiny detail. Just beside one of those stars, the middle star of the handle, a faint companion star glimmers. They say Tengri placed that little star there as a protective spirit to watch over one of the 7 celestial brothers. In times past, young archers tested their keen eyesight by trying to spot that faint star. If they could see it twinkling next to its brighter partner, it meant their vision was sharp enough to serve in the Khan's army. Around the nomads' evening fires, such stories are shared to this day with a sense of quiet pride and reassurance. The Mongols see patterns of life reflected in the sky. They note how the Great Bear, as some call the 7 gods constellation, pads around the pole star through the seasons, like a faithful animal circling its gear. To honour these celestial guardians, a tradition persists. At night a herder might flick a few drops of fermented mare's milk toward the Big Dipper as an offering. The white arcs of milk shine briefly against the dark, a gesture of reverence to the sky spirits. Milk, symbolizing purity, is given so that blessings may rain down, not for one person alone, but for the whole community and herd. In the stillness of the steppe night, one can almost hear the sky's silence, a silence full of meaning. The stars here have guided caravans and storytellers for millennia. Each flicker overhead could be an ancestor watching. Many Mongolians indeed regard certain stars as ancestors or heroes placed in the sky. The very word Tengri encompasses both the physical blue sky and its spiritual essence. So when they look up, they feel cradled by an expansive spirit. Na, the sun, is seen as a life-giver and often imagined as female, a motherly presence that crosses the sky by day. The moon, called Sa, is pale and changeable, sometimes thought of as her child borrowing light. When a slender crescent moon and the evening star Venus hang low in the twilight, Mongolians smile at the familiar sight of mother and child reunion in the heavens. Inside a cozy ger, lamplight flickers as a grandmother recites old verses about the stars. Perhaps she recounts how the world itself began, with Father Sky above and Mother Earth below. In one ancient tale, at the dawn of time, there was only darkness until a great sky spirit plucked moisture from the earth and flung it high, creating the sun and moon to illuminate existence. Every element of nature, from the smallest swan feather to the tallest mountain, came under the care of spirits of sky or earth. The stars, they say, are animals placed up high, a heavenly menagerie that circles endlessly. Orion's belt, 3 stars in a row, is called the Gervan Maral Ode, the 3 deer. Cassiopeia's zigzag is the Hun Tavanod, the 5 men. Everywhere, the vault of night is alive with familiar shapes. Under such a sky, fear of darkness melts away. A lone traveller at midnight feels more accompanied than isolated, riding beneath an entire glittering encampment of sky spirits. He might softly sing a Urtin Du, a long song letting the notes soar upward. The melody is slow and wistful, carrying personal feelings into the open night. Overhead, the 7 gods and countless unnamed stars listen without judgment. In that moment, the boundary between earth and sky blurs. The human voice mingles with the silent light of distant suns. From time to time, a shooting star will streak across the blackness, a sudden silver tear falling from the sky's eye. Mongolians make a quick wish or prayer when they see one. Some believe it is a signal of a soul travelling, perhaps a great shaman's spirit ascending to Tengri, or a benevolent omen sent by the heavens. But any sadness is tempered by trust in the cycle of things. What falls will rise. Dawn will follow dusk. As surely as the stars turn around the golden nail each night, life follows its reassuring rhythms. In the Mongolian cosmology, harmony between people and the sky is essential. The herder going to sleep under firs knows the same stars will still be there when he wakes before dawn to check the herd. The pole star will still glint above the north, keeping watch. This constancy is a comfort beyond words. So he closes his eyes with a small, whispered prayer. Hurai, Hurai, thanking the sky for its blessings. Outside, a gentle wind passes over the grass, carrying the scent of earth upward and the whisper of Tengri downward. Man, earth, and sky join in quiet communion. Far beyond the steppe, over deserts and mountains, the same night sky arches over ancient Persia. In that land of gardens and flame, another tapestry of cosmic myth unfolds beneath a canopy of brilliant stars. In the old Persian world, cradle of stargazers and mystics, the night sky was regarded with profound reverence. Across golden deserts and fertile oases, families would climb to their rooftops after sunset to escape the day's heat and sit under the glittering canopy. Countless stars shimmered above, like diamonds on dark velvet. To these ancient Persians, each star was a potent force, perhaps even a divine being. The vast silence of the Iranian plateau at night was broken only by the murmur of a prayer or the flicker of an oil lamp in a Zoroastrian fire temple on a distant hill. The sky here was not just a backdrop, it was a living map of cosmic struggle and hope, a manuscript of light written by the hand of Ahura Mazda, the wise lord. Persian sages saw the universe as a battle of good and evil, order and chaos, and the stars as soldiers in that battle. High above, the great band of the Milky Way was envisioned as a celestial river, and the bright planets wandering among the stars were like ever-watchful sentinels. One of the brightest points of light in the summer sky is Tishtria, known simply as the star Sirius. In Persian myth, Tishtria is not merely a star, but a mighty Yazata, angelic being of the rain. They tell how Tishtria, radiant and white, took the form of a splendid white stallion in the heavens. In the height of summer, when the fields were withering, Tishtria galloped across the sky to do battle in the cosmic ocean of the heavens. His foe was Apayosha, the demon of drought, who appeared as a black stallion of fearsome strength. For 3 nights the two fought, racing through the starry sea, white horse against black, striking lightning with their hooves and thundering across the vault of night. At first, the battle hung in doubt. The people below, desperate for relief, realized they must help the star spirit. They lit sacred fires and offered up heartfelt prayers to Ahura Mazda, asking that Tishtria be granted the power to prevail. Strengthened by their faith and by the will of the wise Lord, on the 3rd night Tishtria surged forward and pierced the demon with a radiant bolt. Apayosha fled, wounded, beyond the edge of the world. Victorious, Tishtria neighed, and from the sky's ocean he released the life-giving waters. Soon, gentle rain began to fall on the parched earth. Crops revived, and the people rejoiced, singing praise to the bright star that saved them. Even now, when Sirius rises each year in the summertime, marking the festival of Tirgan, it brings a reminder of blessed rain and the triumph of light over dryness and despair. In Zoroastrian belief, the cosmos is meticulously ordered. The sky is divided into constellations that align with the months and the elements. 12 Empyrean constellations guard the heavens, one for each month of the year, forming a celestial belt that helps keep the evil of chaos at bay. The moving planets, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, were known as wanderers, each associated with a guardian or divinity, and each given a day of the week. Even today, the Persian names for days like Tuesday and Saturday have ancient connections to planetary gods. On a cool desert night, one might have seen 3 robed magi, priests of the fire religion, standing under the stars on a terrace, In their hands, they held scrolls of astronomical charts. With careful eyes, they tracked the slow dance of those wanderers among the fixed stars. They believed that the alignment of planets and stars at one's birth could influence one's destiny. These magi were early astrologers, and through their patient observations they learned to predict eclipses and planetary conjunctions. Indeed, a later legend tells of magi from the east who noticed an unusually bright new star rising and understood it as heralding the birth of a holy saviour. Guided by that star, they journeyed west. This story, whispered among both Persians and those beyond, shows how deeply the notion of fate written in the sky had taken root. Yet for all this influence of the stars, Zoroastrian wisdom taught that humans have the freedom to choose the good. The stars might incline a person's fate, but could not compel an upright soul away from the path of truth, Asher. And so the role of the celestial lights was both to guide and to inspire, not to dictate every action. They were reminders of a grand design. On certain nights, Zoroastrian families still perform stargazing rites. An elder will point out the gentle Pleiades cluster, known in Persian as Parvin, and recite how those tiny clustered stars are like a community of kin, shining together in harmony. Or they trace the zigzag of Cassiopeia and liken it to the sacred fire altar's embers scattered in the sky. At the centre of their worship was fire, the earthly representative of the sun and stars. In fire temples, an eternal flame is kept alight, tended by priests. By day its flames flicker in sunlight. By night they glow like a captured star on earth. Worshippers offer sandalwood and frankincense to the fire while praying to Ahura Mazda. They do not worship the fire itself, but honour it as pure, as a bridge between the human and the divine. Just as the stars are pure lights in the heavens, the flame is a pure light on earth. Watching the fire dance, the faithful are reminded that the divine spark within people should likewise be kept aglow. The warmth on their faces feels like the distant warmth of the stars, all emanations of the one truth and light. Consider the moon, called Ma, in Avestan. The moon for Persians was a benevolent being, a keeper of time with its gentle phases. They saw in its waxing and waning the themes of death and rebirth. Each month, the moon would disappear, new moon, and then be reborn as a crescent. This cycle was sacred. Farmers and herders timed their activities by the moon, planting under certain stars and moons for the best growth, or scheduling journeys when the moonlight was bright enough to travel safely. In Zoroastrian prayers, Ma is revered for keeping evil at bay during the night, along with the stars. Together, they ensure darkness never reigns absolute. There is always some light above. One poetic Persian description of the night sky calls it a field of lamps lit by the Creator to banish fear. And truly, when a traveller rested at a caravanserai along the Silk Road and looked up, he would see the great band of the Milky Way stretching from horizon to horizon. They called it Khaybar, or the Straw Thief's Road, imagining it as a trail of straw dropped by a thief fleeing through the sky. Others said it was the pathway of Simurgh, the mythical phoenix-like bird, flying across eternity. Under that soft, milky glow, merchants and poets alike felt protected on their long journeys, as if a celestial road mirrored their earthly road, guiding them forth. Divination and dream interpretation also intertwined with the stars. A Persian might dream of a bright star or a comet and consult a wise elder about its meaning. Comets, with their dramatic tails, were sometimes seen as messengers, occasionally warnings from the spirit world of great change to come. But more often, the regular, reliable stars prevailed, soothing anxious hearts. An old saying, "When confused, look to the North Star," meaning not just literally to find direction, but metaphorically to find the ethical path, the unwavering truth in one's life, just as the North Star stands fixed while others wheel around it. Under the Iranian night, music and verse often flowed. Perhaps a lone flutist on a dune, playing a melancholic tune as the stars turned overhead. The notes of a Persian ney flute carry a plaintive longing, and one can imagine that sound rising up to join the twinkling of stars. The great poet Ferdowsi once described the sky as a dome on which the stories of heroes were painted in stars. Another poet, Hafez, wrote of his heart being carried up among the Pleiades when in love. To him, even the 7 thrones of the Bear, the Big Dipper, were a celestial reflection of earthly joys and woes. Every night, as devotees of Ahura Mazda performed their evening prayers, known as Uzmur in later tradition, they would face the west, where the sun had gone, and then the east, from where light would return, bridging sunset and dawn with faith. They saw themselves as participants in a cosmic liturgy. The stars were like the congregation of heaven, and humans singing on earth joined that choir. The boundaries between heaven and earth blurred in such moments of devotion. As the stars slowly drifted westward through the hours, the Persian villager eventually felt the pull of sleep. He knew that beyond the visible stars, there were infinitely more that the unaided eye could not see. Each perhaps a world or an angel in service of Ahura Mazda. This gave him comfort. The universe was vast, but not cold. It was populated with goodness and light. Rolling onto a soft carpet on his rooftop, he let the cool night breeze wash over him. Maybe he glimpsed Mitra Farvard, the morning star, herald of dawn, just beginning to shimmer, telling him that night was waning. With that, he closed his eyes, trusting that the celestial guardians would keep their watch until morning. By the time the first light of dawn began to pale the eastern stars, Persia's people had been cradled in the care of the night sky's myths for yet another turn. Secure in that knowledge, they could surrender to rest. And so, as the rosy fingers of dawn stretched out, the starry script faded, but never died. It merely hid until the next twilight, when it would illuminate their world with story and meaning once more. Far across deserts and mountains, on tropical isles, caressed by warm ocean breezes, people also look up each night in wonder. Our journey continues now to the Emerald Islands of Indonesia, where the sky is alive with celestial maidens and guiding star clusters shining above shadowed jungles. Velvet darkness falls over the Indonesian archipelago, a scatter of islands draped along the equator. In Java, the equatorial night comes swiftly after a brief, fiery sunset. Soon fireflies blink in the paddies, and a million stars glint above in the tropical sky. The air is warm and carries the distant sound of a gamelan orchestra, a gentle chiming of bronze gongs and xylophones, music that seems to rise up and mingle with the starry twinkles. Silhouettes of palm trees and volcano peaks stand against the heavens. Here, the sky is a familiar companion to those on land and sea alike, telling them when to plant rice, when to sail, and even tales of love and longing. Among the myriad stars, one cluster holds special significance. a tiny cloud of 7 faint jewels close together. The Javanese call it Lintang Kartika, or Bintang Tujuh, the 7 stars. In the West, it's known as the Pleiades. For the Javanese, these stars carry a beloved legend. Under such a night, an elder might recount the tale of Jakatarub and the 7 nymphs to wide-eyed children gathered around a dim oil lamp. As the story unfolds, the humid night feels enchanted. Once, the elder whispers, there was a young hunter named Jakatarub who lived near a deep forest. One bright night, when the moon was just a slim crescent and the stars were like spilled rice across the sky, Jakatarub ventured quietly into the woods. Drawn by a strange, ethereal laughter, he followed the sound to a hidden clearing where a pond lay still and silver under the starlight. There, to his astonishment, he saw 7 celestial maidens, Bidadari, who had flown down from the heavens to bathe in the pond. They had draped their shimmering robes, which were actually magical scarves, on the low branches of a nearby tree. The maidens' hair glistened with droplets as they played in the water, their laughter as light as the tinkling of wind chimes. Jakatarub could not believe his eyes. He hid behind tall reeds, heart pounding at the sight of these heavenly beings. Among them, the youngest and most beautiful, Nawang Wulan, shone with a quiet radiance. Captivated, Jakatarub felt a surge of longing. A bold but fateful idea came to him. Slipping from his hiding place, he stealthily took Nawang Wulan's magical shawl from the tree, the very garment that allowed her to return to the sky. Unaware, the maidens eventually finished their moonlit bath and began to dress. One by one, 6 sisters donned their scarves and ascended into the night like swans, disappearing among the stars. But the youngest, Nawang Wulan, could not find hers. Frantic, she searched, but her robe was gone. In despair, her sisters had to leave her behind, and she was stranded on Earth. It was then that Jakatarub emerged gently from the shadows. Offering her a cloth to cover herself, he comforted the distraught nymph. He brought Nawang Wulan to his home, where over time kindness and affection blossomed into love. Eventually, she became his wife. They lived happily for years. Nawang Wulan even bore Jakatarub a daughter. Yet, though she grew to love her life on earth, part of her remained wistful for the sky. She possessed subtle magic. At home she could cook a single grain of rice and make it expand to feed the whole family, provided no one watched her secret art. One day, while Nawang Wulan was out, curiosity got the better of Jakatarub. He peeked into the rice pot, breaking the spell. After that, her magic ceased, and they needed to work like ordinary people to have enough food. More and more, Nawang Wulan felt the weight of mortal life. One fateful evening, as she cleaned their attic, she discovered an old chest tucked away. Within it lay her long-lost celestial shawl, the one Jakatarub had hidden years ago, hoping she would never find it. As her fingers ran over the iridescent fabric, memories of her true home among the stars flooded back. With a heavy heart, she realized why she had been trapped on Earth. That night, as Jakatarub returned, he found Nawang Wulan standing in the clearing under the starry sky, their little daughter asleep in her arms. She was draped in the glowing shawl. Tears glistened on her cheeks. She told him she knew of his deed. Jaka fell to his knees in remorse, begging forgiveness, knowing he had only done it out of love and fear of losing her. Nawang Wulan forgave him. She did love him, but the pull of her heavenly home was too strong to resist now. With bittersweet resolve, she embraced her husband one last time, entrusting him with their child's care. Then, under the compassionate light of the moon and the soft lantern of the stars, Nawang Wulan rose into the air. The magical shawl billowed, carrying her upward. Jakatarab watched, heartbroken yet awestruck, as his beloved joined her 6 sisters, who appeared from the clouds to welcome her. Together the 7 nymphs ascended higher, becoming 7 bright points of light once more in the sky. There they remain, the 7 stars of the Pleiades, shining down. Some say if you gaze long enough on a clear night, you can see Nawang Wulan's light flicker, as she wistfully watches over the family she left behind. By the end of this tale, the children listening are often half asleep, dreaming of star maidens and enchanted forests. The elders smile and point upward. Indeed, the cluster of Bintang Tujuh glimmers overhead, a delicate reminder of Nawang Wulan and her sisters. In Javanese thought, this story is more than a romance. It symbolizes the connection between heaven and earth, and the idea that each bright star might have a story, a soul, behind its light. The Pleiades also have a practical significance. For generations, Javanese farmers consulted the positions of these stars as a natural calendar. When Bintang Tujuh climbed high in the eastern sky at dusk, it signaled the start of the planting season for rice, a period called Mangsa Kapitu, the 7th phase of the traditional farming calendar. The farmers would look for the 7 stars about 50 degrees above the horizon. Their prominence on clear evenings meant the rains were about to come. Guided by this celestial cue, communities would begin the delicate process of transplanting rice seedlings into the watery paddies. In this way, a tender human activity was synchronized with cosmic cycles. It gave a sense of reassurance. Planting by the stars' schedule had worked for countless ancestors, so it would work again, tying the success of the harvest to the very heavens. Indonesia is a vast mosaic of cultures, and each has its star lore. On the island of Bali, where Hindu influence mingles with indigenous tradition, the stars and moon are woven into ritual and dance. Balinese priests set temple calendars by the moon and sometimes by the heliacal rising of certain stars. The Bintang Panja, the Southern Cross constellation, which gleams in southern skies, is significant to fishermen of eastern Indonesia as a guide for direction, like a southern pole star, and a marker of seasonal winds. To the seafaring Bugis people of Sulawesi, knowledge of stars was crucial. They memorized star paths to sail their wooden Phoenici boats across treacherous seas at night. Each star had a name and a role on their compass. One star indicated east, another west. Pairs of stars told them when they were heading due north or south. The night sky was a trusted map unrolling above the waves. In the Moluccas, the Clove and Spice Islands, there is a tale of Hoku, the Queen of Stars, likely a local adaptation blending with sailors' stories of the North Star from far away. And in Sumatra, some villagers refer to the Milky Way as Sungai Siluman, the spirit river, telling stories that a great serpent or dragon slithers across the sky, and its path glows with the power of spirits, a way to make sense of the pale band overhead. These myriad islands each contribute a verse to Indonesia's overarching lullaby of stars. Often at night, one can hear the rhythmic croaking of frogs and the high trill of cicadas under the Indonesian sky. People sitting on bamboo mats outside their homes might softly play a guitar or recite a pantun poem. A favourite theme for these poems is the beauty of the bulan, moon, and stars. One common sentiment is that stars are the lights of longing. If a loved one is far away, both can look at the same star and feel connected. Indeed, many a lover's heart across these islands has been comforted by the evening star, Venus, known locally as Bintang Kejora, the star of dawn or dusk. It appears brilliantly either just after sunset or before sunrise. When Venus hangs low and bright over a tropical beach, it casts a glitter path on the sea. Couples separated by islands might whisper to that star, sending their affection across the distances. Musically, the gamelan pieces played in the princely courts of Yogyakarta and solo sometimes allude to celestial motions. There is a composition in the repertoire named Layang Saka Dawuk, the kite from the stars, which evokes a feeling of something drifting gently in the sky. The metallophones and gong chime in repetitive, slowly evolving patterns that can lull one into a trance-like calm. Listeners say it is like listening to the turning of the universe itself, like the constant but subtle shift of stars overhead. In a quiet Javanese village, after the storytelling and songs end, the family might doze off on woven mats outdoors, letting the night breezes cool them. Overhead, Orion's belt, they call it Lintang Waluku, the plough stars, stands high, and the Seven Sisters cluster has already dipped toward the west, their duty of announcing the planting season done until next year. The Milky Way arches high, sometimes called Lintang Lanang, the male stars, complementing the female stars of the Pleiades. Crickets chirp in the dark as embers from a small cooking fire glow softly, like a mirror of the orange star Arcturus twinkling on the horizon. All around, life is tuned to the sky's rhythm. When a baby is born in Java, elders often step outside at the first opportunity to see which stars are rising. They say a child born at the rise of Kartika, Pleiades, will be generous and community-minded, as those stars herald collective work. If a loved one dies, they might watch for a shooting star in the nights soon after, believing it could be the soul ascending, or perhaps a final salute from the departed as they join the starry realm. These beliefs gently comfort the living, giving them a way to see continuity between their loss and the cosmos. As night deepens toward midnight, the gamelan has fallen silent, and even the insects quiet in a lull. A sense of deep peace pervades the warm air. An Indonesian shaman, a dukun, might take this hour to perform a healing ritual. Under starlight, holding a bowl of water that reflects a cluster of stars, they softly chant mantras to invite healing spirits. The belief is that star reflections in water amplify the spiritual potency. The water becomes a microcosm of the sky. Sipping that star-infused water, or washing the face with it, is thought to bring the patient cosmic harmony. Under the cosmic ocean above, Indonesia's islands sleep and dream. Fishermen far out at sea lie on their backs on deck, using the constellation of Orion as a guide to where dawn will break. For Orion sets just before morning in certain seasons, toward the west. Mountain villagers atop Bali's volcanoes keep an eye out for Canopus, a brilliant star low in the south, which in lore is an ancestor star rarely seen, but believed to bless the land with stability when it appears. From these equatorial lands of spice and story, one senses that the sky is a bridge, connecting very different realms of gods and mortals, and also connecting each far-flung island to one another under the same sky. The Seven Star Sisters watch over Java, the Southern Cross guides the eastern seas, the Scorpion stars mark the dry season in Nusa Tenggara. It is all a celestial music, to which the people set their lives and hopes. As the first hints of dawn colour the edge of the night, for near the equator, dawn comes swiftly as well. A few stars linger. Perhaps the morning star Kejora blazing for a brief moment before vanishing in sunlight. With roosters crowing and the sky brightening, the Indonesians give thanks for another night of guidance and inspiration. In temples and mosques, early prayers commence, often referencing the transition from night to day, and implicitly thanking the stars for their vigil. On the other side of the world, across the ocean, another people with very different history find solace and power in the night sky. Beneath the Caribbean sky, Haitian drummers begin to play, and African ancestral rhythms find harmony with the cosmic dance overhead. Night falls softly over the Haitian countryside. The warm air is thick with the scent of sugarcane and distant wood smoke. Crickets chirr in the bushes, and from a nearby village comes a gentle thump of drums carrying through the darkness. Under a canopy of stars, a Vodou ceremony is beginning. Men and women dressed in white move in a slow circle around a center post, a sacred tree trunk symbolizing the connection between earth and sky. Their voices hum an invocation, low and resonant, calling on spirits to join the gathering. Above them, the sky is brilliant. The Milky Way arches like a luminous bridge, and familiar stars of the Caribbean night glitter. There is Venus setting in the west, often linked with the gentle lower spirit, Urzuli, and overhead the broad sweep of Orion and the dog star Sirius, sometimes called Urzuli Dantor's star by devotees, a celestial eye keeping watch. In Haitian Vodou belief, the physical and spiritual worlds are deeply entwined. The night sky is not just an empty space, but a dwelling place of mystères, mysteries. Practitioners speak of Guinéen, a mystical Africa or ancestral realm beneath the cosmic waters. It is said that beyond the veil of stars, or perhaps beneath the great ocean, lies Guinéen, the land of the ancestors and the lower. When the drums beat and the songs rise, it is like sending a beacon up to the heavens or down into those sacred waters, inviting the lower to pass through the gate and ride the rhythm into the earthly circle. By the light of a bonfire, the ceremonial yard, Umfor, glows. Flames dance upward, sending sparks swirling. Those sparks mingle with the starlight, as if carrying prayers aloft. The Hungan, priest, leads a call and response chant. Participants clap and sway. The rhythm of the drums, the tambu, is steady and hypnotic, matching the heartbeat of everyone present. This pulse seems to connect with the pulse of creation itself. In that communal trance, the distinction between ground and sky blurs. One can feel both rooted and soaring. One lower particularly revered at night is Damballa, the sky serpent, the father figure of creation. Damballa is envisioned as a great serpent who resides in water and sky, often associated with rainbows and profound peace. He rarely mounts, possesses people with wild physical displays. Instead, when he comes, the person he inhabits moves slowly, often slithering gently on the ground, and may climb up into a tree or onto the altar, seeking higher ground, symbolizing the serpent bridging earth and sky. Damballa does not speak, only hisses softly, or makes infant-like cooing sounds, imparting blessings wordlessly. In Vodou mythology, Damballa and his wife Aida Wedo, the rainbow serpent, were present at the creation of the world. Their divine coils shaped the hills and valleys of the earth, and their movements stirred the first life. It's said that when Damballa sheds his skin, his old scales turn into the stars. Thus, the sky is literally the residue of a great sacred being, and we live under his benevolent gaze. During ceremonies, devotees often draw veve, sacred cornmeal symbols, on the ground to invite the lower. For Damballa, the vive is a series of flowing serpentine lines, sometimes accented with patterns of stars or delicate crosses. As the drawing is made, an offering of white eggs, his favourite, is placed beside it. The community then may sing a slow song for Damballa, often describing the purity of the sky and water. Under the actual stars, one line translates to, "Father Damballa, you are the sky that never ends, the starry road that leads us safely." Everyone's voice in unison feels as if it resonates with the very dome of stars above. Haitian skies themselves offer wonders that Vodou finds meaningful. The brilliant planet Jupiter, for instance, is sometimes linked with Ogu, the warrior spirit, because of its intense, steady light like a forge's fire in the night. The thin crescent moon with the evening star, Venus, nearby, might be associated with Urzuli Frida, lower of love and beauty, as if she, adorned with her jewels, is taking an evening stroll across the heavens. Even the hazy band of the Milky Way is given a poetic turn. Some call it Chemin des âmes, the path of souls, a route which souls and spirits travel between worlds. On crisp nights, seeing the Milky Way arch overhead reassures people that the souls of the departed have a road to follow, and that no soul is truly lost in darkness. Vodou ceremonies often go on late into the night. As the hours pass and different loa are welcomed in turn, participants may experience possession, called being mounted by the spirit, as a horse by a rider. In these moments, it is said the person's soul goes to rest in Guinan, the ancestral world, while the loa takes over their body. They dance, speak, heal, and give counsel, manifesting the qualities of the spirits. All of this happens under the stars' quiet vigil. One could imagine, as a man twirls with a machete in hand, lips giving voice to fiery Ogu, that Mars, called Ogun Farai by some, aligning the planet with the spirit of iron and war, glints a bit redder in acknowledgement. Or as a woman possessed by Urzuli Frida delicately wipes tears of joy and longing, that Venus gleams more softly in sympathy. The cosmos mirrors the drama and grace happening below. Between the intense moments of possession and dance, there are softer ones. Perhaps a break in the drumming, where people quietly drink coffee or rum under a tree, fanning themselves in the humid dark. In these interludes, folks often share folk tales and proverbs. Many Haitian proverbs tie the heavens to life lessons. We yodi pa we demen, étoile qui claire pas pour nous tout temps. We see today, not tomorrow. The star that shines is not for us forever. A reminder of life's transience under a usually constant sky. Or, belles étoiles pas claires n'entêtent ciel-là. A beautiful star doesn't only shine in one part of the sky, suggesting that blessings and talent are meant to be shared broadly, much like how a bright star's light spreads everywhere. At times, Haitians deliberately seek the wisdom of the night sky in quiet, personal rituals. A grieving mother might slip outside after everyone's asleep to speak to the stars, believing her departed child's soul now resides among them. She might identify a particular star that appeared the night after the death and softly sing a lullaby to it, as if to say good night to her baby in heaven. These tender acts, while not formal Vodou ceremonies, flow from the same cultural stream. The sense that the boundary between the living and dead, between earth and sky, is thin and permeable, especially at night. One folktale tells of T. Malice, a cunning trickster character in Haitian lore, who tried to steal the stars to light his home forever. One night, Timalis climbed a tall coconut tree with a sack, reaching closer to the sky. He called out, "Oh, beautiful stars, come down and dance in my sack." Being a trickster, he hoped to trap them. The stars, being curious and playful in the tale, agreed to dance, but only above the sack. As they came nearer, shining like fireflies, Timalis tried to catch them. However, the spirit of the sky, sometimes said to be Papa Loco, saw this mischief and commanded the stars to return. They flew out of Timalis's reach, back to their places. And as punishment, Papa Loco decreed that henceforth stars would remain unreachable beacons, reminding humans to be content with the light given and not covet the firmament's secrets too greedily. The moral given: the stars are guides and inspiration, but not to be owned. They belong to everyone and no one. In everyday life, Haitians navigate more by memory of landmarks than stars. But in rural areas, some still note that certain stars line up with mountain peaks at specific times of year. For example, when a bright star, like Sirius, aligns with the tip of a local mountain just after dusk, they know it's midwinter, around January. The practical knowledge mixes with lore. They might say, when Sirius stands on the mountain, the yams are ready in the earth. Back at the Vodou ceremony, it might be the early hours of morning now. The drummers switch to a softer rhythm. The Petro set has ended, and they return to a Rada rhythm, which is cooler, older, ancestral. A respected elder begins a slow song to Papa Legba, the guardian of the spiritual gate, often syncretized with St. Peter at the heavenly gates. Legba is invoked at both the start and end of ceremonies. He is the one who opens and closes access to the spirit world. At this pre-dawn time, they ask him to gently close the gate, ensuring all visiting spirits return to Jinan peacefully, and the mortal host's souls come fully back. The song is almost lullaby-like, thanking the Loa and Legba for their presence and guidance. As they sing, the eastern horizon ever so slightly lightens to a charcoal grey. One by one, the stars begin to fade. Perhaps the last to remain visible is the morning star, heralding the new day, just as Legba is the herald of transitions. People start to feel the weight of their bodies returning after a long ecstatic night. Exhaustion sets in, but it's a good fatigue, full of contentment and awe. Some of the community have already slipped away to rest. Others linger to watch the completion of night's cycle. By the time the first rooster crows, the ceremony is formally over. The Hungan sprinkles a bit of water on the ground and toward the sky as a final blessing, water to cool the spirits and signal farewell until next time. He might then gaze upward at the paling sky and utter a simple prayer. O Bondi, good Lord, thank you for the night and its messages. May the day be as blessed. In Vodou theology, Bondi is the remote creator, syncretized often with the Christian God. Acknowledging Bondi as the source of all, including the stars, is customary, even as the active communion is with the Loa. As villagers head home, they carry with them the comfort that their prayers and problems have been shared with mighty, compassionate forces, witnessed by the vast night. Some had sought healing, others guidance, others just communal joy. All these intentions were, in their eyes, seen and heard under the eyes of the stars and the presence of the Loa. There is a strong belief that the ancestors who dwell in Guinan were also there, peeking through the veil, perhaps peering through those very stars, joining the songs invisibly. This knowledge makes the world feel less lonely, the burdens more bearable. Now, with the sky turning pale blue, the journey drifts northward and far into the polar latitudes, where the nights can last for months and the dancing aurora paints the sky. In the frozen Arctic, the Inuit share their own quiet conversations with the stars and the spirits, beneath a sky that seems to ripple with living light. Far to the north, where winter nights stretch on and the air is crisp and crystalline, the sky holds a different kind of majesty. In the Arctic, the Inuit people have long lived under a dome of stars that wheel around a lofty, often invisible pole star, which to them sits so high it is not easily noticed, earning the name Nutuituk, the one that never moves. During the depth of winter, darkness reigns for many weeks, but it is not a frightening darkness. The snow-covered ground catches the faintest starlight and reflects it, creating a gentle glow even at noon. The Inuit step outside their igloos or sod houses and cast their eyes upward at a sky shimmering with constellations, each with its own story in their oral tradition. The Arctic sky often comes alive with curtains of green and red light, the aurora borealis, the northern lights. To the Inuit, these lights have special significance. Many Inuit say the aurora are the dancing souls of those who have passed on, especially of children or people who died in childbirth. They imagine spirits playing a celestial game, perhaps football, with a walrus skull or a flaming ball, tossing it joyously across the sky, which is why the lights swirl and leap. Elders sometimes caution the young not to summon the aurora by whistling, lest the dancing spirits come too low and carry one away. Instead, one is taught to admire them in respectful silence. On a cold, clear night, when waves of green aurora ripple from horizon to horizon, an Inuit family stands together outside, their breath steaming upward, believing that their ancestors are celebrating in the heavens. This belief consoles them. Death is not an end, but a transformation into light and motion. Elsewhere above, the fixed stars twinkle and serve as both compass and canvas for Inuit tales. Because at extreme northern latitudes, some familiar stars of lower latitudes never rise, like the Southern Cross, and some circle around without setting, like parts of Ursa Major, the Inuits had their own distinct set of recognized stars. Only a few dozen were traditionally named, partly because intense cold, frequent clouds, and the long absence of starlight in summer limited star observation time. But those they named, they knew well. High above, the 7 bright stars that many know as the Big Dipper were seen by the Inuit as part of a larger grouping called Tuktoorjuit, often translated as the caribou. The bowl of the Dipper was the body of a great celestial caribou, and the 3 handle stars were hunters chasing it. The hunters pursue the caribou eternally around the pole. In autumn, the caribou appears to be running low along the horizon as the Big Dipper dips, which coincides with caribou migrations on Earth, a sign for the Inuit to prepare their hunting gear. By spring, that constellation climbs higher again, indicating the caribou are moving to different pastures. Another story, widespread in slightly different versions, speaks of a lonely hunter and a polar bear. 3 stars in a row, known elsewhere as Orion's belt. The Inuit called Utkuhiksalingmiut in some regions, or simply the 3. One legend has it that 4 Inuit hunters were chasing a giant bear across the skies. As in other cultures' tales, the bear climbed into the sky to escape. 3 hunters followed it, the 3 stars of the belt, but one hunter had dropped a mitten on Earth and turned back to fetch it. Thus he is no longer visible in the chain. The remaining 3 continue to chase the bear across the heavens every year. As they pursue, it's said one eventually wounds the bear. In autumn, a faint reddish star appears. Some connect this to Antares or Betelgeuse, red stars that become visible when Orion is up, symbolizing the blood of the bear falling to earth, turning the autumn leaves red. In places where there are trees, this element enters the legend. The bear, however, never truly dies. By winter, the hunt restarts, an endless cycle. The Inuit storyteller ends with a chuckle. It was the hunter who returned for his lost mitten who told the tale, which is why we know it today. This gentle humour brings a smile, and also teaches the lesson of not losing one's things even in adventure. Throughout the long winter nights, each family might entertain itself by reciting these star legends in their snug igloo, lamps fueled by seal oil casting a warm glow on faces. A parent might take their child outside on a rare clear night and point to Takik the moon, explaining, "Takik is brother to Sikinik, the sun." One of the most profound Inuit myths, indeed, is the story of the sun and moon, who were once human, a sister and brother. In the distant past, they lived in a communal igloo with others. During a festival of dances, the lights were extinguished for a game, and in the darkness, the brother secretly approached his sister and violated a taboo by touching her amorously. The sister, to discover who the culprit was, smeared soot from an oil lamp on his face during the encounter. When light returned, she saw the soot on her brother, and horrified and enraged, she ran from him. She grabbed a torch and fled the igloo. He seized a torch as well and chased after her. In her desperation, she ran faster and faster, so fast that she ascended into the sky. Her torch became the sun, shining bright and exposing her brother's misdeed to the world. The brother too ascended, his torch becoming the moon, but his light was dimmer, and to this day one can see the dark smudges, the lunar seas, which are said to be the soot still on his face. Because the sister never stops running, the brother, the moon, can never catch her, the sun. And so they circle the sky apart. When the sun is rising, the moon is usually setting. Only at dawn or dusk can they appear together, and even then the moon's face is faint and ashen. This tale, with its undertone of taboo and retribution, is told in a sober, quiet tone. Yet the Inuit draw a kind of comfort from it too. It explains the unchanging pattern of day chasing night and the markings on the moon's face. As the winter passes its deepest point, something remarkable happens. The sun returns after its long absence. For weeks, the sun had not risen above the horizon. The world was lit only by stars, moon, and aurora. People waited eagerly, with some anxiety, for the sun's comeback. This was a time of both celebration and careful observance. The moment when a tiny sliver of sunlight first appears again in late January is met with joy. Children might be given small treats, and families sing short songs of thanks. But the Inuit also hold certain taboos around this event. During the days before the sun's return, people refrain from loud activity and behave respectfully, so as not to impede the sun's strengthening. There is a custom in some communities that when the sun first rises, one should briefly cover one's lamps, to acknowledge that nothing can compete with the great light's power. During the polar night, the stars also serve a practical purpose of timekeeping. Without a sun to mark daytime, the Inuit look to certain stars to know when to start their daily tasks. A bright star, like Argduke, Altair in Western terms, was used to tell time on winter nights. Its position in the sky at certain hours signaled when villagers should wake, or when children and hunters should begin their day. They even named their months after events like the moon when the star Agjuk first appears at dusk, to denote midwinter. Observing the winter solstice was important, though the equinoxes and summer solstice were not as emphasized. The first sighting of Argjuk around mid-December across the Arctic signaled that the darkest time had passed and light would begin to return, often a cause for a midwinter celebration. In the Inuit sky, not all constellations mirror the shapes known further south. For instance, the Handle stars of the Big Dipper plus Polaris and a couple from Cassiopeia were sometimes seen as Nanook, a mighty polar bear guarding the sky. Another grouping of stars, roughly corresponding to Cassiopeia's W shape, was called Kuturjuk, steps, by some Inuit, imagined as steps carved in snow that souls or shamans could climb to reach the sky world. The Big Dipper itself was often simply Tukturjuit, the caribou, as mentioned, or at times a stone lamp in some tales, with its flame being Polaris. Distinctively, the North Star, Polaris, was a minor figure for the Inuit. Being nearly overhead for the northernmost communities made it less useful for navigation. They called it Nutuituk, never moves. And in the southernmost Inuit regions where it sat lower, it was used by navigators on sled journeys, but more relied on circumpolar stars like Ullakut, Orion, and Sakiatiak, Taurus's bright star Aldebaran, which appear only in winter as seasonal beacons. Throughout winter, many stars within Tukturjuit, the Big Dipper, were used as hour markers during the long night, or as calendar stars to determine the date. The Inuit, like many peoples, also believed each person might have a guiding star. Some elders said that when a child is born, a new star appears. If someone falls gravely ill, their personal star wanes. And when a person dies, a star might streak across the sky, a soul making its journey. A shooting star is thus greeted with a reverent hush or a quick blessing. Though these ideas were not codified doctrine, they find resonance in stories and a general sensitivity that the heavens reflect human fate. Imagine an Inuit family in early spring, at long last seeing stars after weeks of continuous daylight. They stand outside their skin tent on a crisp night. The father points out Kingulik, Rigel in Orion, meaning the one behind, a star known as a hunter trailing others across the sky. Its appearance near the end of winter is a signal that dawn and spring will return soon. The children marvel at the starry vault, having not seen it during bright summer. The mother tells them that each shining point is like a friendly fire. Our ancestors light those fires to guide us in the dark, she might say softly. Overhead, the northern lights begin their silent dance. The family falls silent and watches the green ribbons sway. The father murmurs, "See how happy the spirits are. They're playing ball." The children watch, no longer afraid of ghosts, but feeling accompanied by beloved souls overhead. Thus, in the immense quietude of the Arctic night, the Inuit found companionship in the sky. Their stories and beliefs gave them warmth and confidence. Knowing that above them the souls of the departed dance in the aurora, that brave hunters pursue a sky bear, or that a loving but tragic sister shines as the sun to keep the world alive. These narratives soothed the mind during blizzards and long waits in the dark. They turned the unknown into the known, mystery into family. As the world turns and daylight begins to return to the far north, the journey carries on to another northern land. Across the Baltic Sea, in the boreal forests of Finland, the skies tell stories of cosmic eggs, foxfires, and sun goddesses, showing that even separated by great distance, human hearts under the stars share a common wonder. In the far northeast of Europe, where summer days are endless and winter nights long and deep, the Finnish people have spun their own gentle myths of the starry sky. In Finland, the sky is often a crisp dome over dark pine forests and mirror-like lakes. On a clear winter evening, the stars seem to quiver in the frigid air, and the Milky Way flows like a pale river of milk across the vault. For Finns of old, every element of nature was alive with spirit, and the heavens were no exception. One of the most cherished Finnish creation stories comes from the opening lines of the Kalevala, the national epic compiled from ancient oral poetry. It tells of Ilmatar, a goddess whose name means daughter of the air. In the beginning, before the world existed, there was only Ilmatar floating alone in the celestial waters, a primordial cosmic ocean. For ages uncounted she drifted, the wind as her only companion. Eventually longing swelled in her heart, longing for something more than endless sky and sea. So she descended into the waters, where the sea and air touched, and there she swam for 700 years, feeling the creative forces stirring within her. One day, a small bird, often said to be a teal, wild duck, flew over that cosmic ocean, searching for a nesting place. Seeing no land, the bird circled until it found Ilmatar, who had half emerged from the waters. The kindly air daughter raised her knee above the water's surface, allowing the bird to land. Grateful, the bird built a nest on Ilmatar's knee and laid 7 eggs, 6 of gold and 1 of iron. The bird sat and incubated its precious eggs. Ilmatar stayed still as long as she could, but as days passed, the heat grew intense on her knee. Finally, she shifted her leg slightly. The nest tumbled. The eggs fell into the ocean and shattered. But this was no disaster. It was the moment of creation. From the broken pieces of the eggs, the world took form. The lower half of the eggshells became the solid earth, spreading out with its soil and rocks. The upper half of the shells arced upward to form the dome of the sky. The golden yolks of the eggs rose, radiant, to become the sun, and the silvery egg whites became the gentle moon. The myriad smaller fragments of eggshell scattered became the stars, glinting across the night. Any mottled bits of egg or soot from the bird's nest became the clouds in the sky. Ilmatar watched this miracle unfold around her. Now there was dawn and dusk, day and night, a shimmering sky and fertile ground. She continued to shape the lands. With sweeping motions of her arm, she formed bays and inlets. With the imprint of her body, she created lakes and pools. In time, Ilmatar also gave birth to a son, Wainamoinen, who would become a wise shaman hero of the world. But even after life began, one can imagine Ilmatar's essence still present in every breeze and ray of sunlight, and her cosmic eggshell stars still glinting each night, reminding Finns that their world was born from an act of divine love and loneliness. This creation myth instills a deep sense of kinship with the sky. When a Finnish child first hears of Ilmatar and the world egg, they may look up at the stars differently, not as distant dots, but as pieces of a story that gave them a home. A calm falls over the imagination. The sky is like a protective dome, sometimes called kansi, a lid, fitted over the world, and the stars are beautiful fragments placed there intentionally. Another beloved Finnish image in the sky is the Otava, the Great Bear, which corresponds to the Big Dipper. The word Otava originally referred to a fishing net or farm tool, but over time came to specifically mean the Big Dipper, and by extension, Ursa Major. In many folk poems and songs, Otava is invoked as a compass and a source of good fortune. Sailors and hunters prayed to the Great Bear for guidance. They imagined that the 7 stars of Otava were a grand net cast by the gods, catching good luck for those below. There's an old saying, Katsela Otavan, to look at the Otava, meaning to get one's bearings or find guidance. Whenever a traveller saw those 7 familiar stars in the north, they felt a bit more secure, knowing their direction and believing that the celestial bear watched over them. The Finns also observed the northern lights, which occasionally stretch their ethereal glow into Finnish skies. They have a wonderfully poetic name for them, Revontulet, meaning foxfires. This comes from an old tale that somewhere far in Lapland, a mystical Arctic fox runs swiftly across the fells at night, and as it runs, its bushy tail sweeps up snowflakes into the sky. The snowflakes catch the moonlight and starlight and create a shimmering arc of colours. Some versions say sparks fly from the fox's fur itself as it bristles with energy. Thus, the aurora's undulating lights are the trail of this magical fox. It's a quiet, charming image that makes the breathtaking aurora borealis feel friendly and accessible. On a frigid night, when green and pink curtains of light sweep the sky, one can almost see the silhouette of a fox bounding from horizon to horizon, painting the darkness with silent fire. This notion delighted children and adults alike, and indeed even now the Finnish word Revontule keeps the legend alive every time someone mentions the Northern Lights. Not all Finnish sky lore is gentle. There are dramatic episodes too. In the Kalevala, after many adventures, a catastrophic event occurs. The sun and moon are stolen by an evil witch named Louhi from the far northern land of Pohjola. Tired of the hero's defiance, Louhi transforms into a great bird of prey and snatches the sun and moon from the sky, carrying them away in her talons and hiding them inside a mountain, plunging the world into cold darkness. The heroes of the epic, Väinämöinen, Ilmarinen, and Lemminkainen, embark on a perilous journey to recover these celestial lights. They battle Louhi's minions and face many trials to enter the mountain vault. Finally, they retrieve the sun and moon and set them free back to the heavens, restoring day and night. There is great rejoicing. The bards sing that never again shall anyone imprison the heavenly lights. This story, full of adventure and danger, symbolized to Finns the importance of light, and likely resonated strongly because of their extreme seasonal swings, the dread of the dark, and the joy of returning sunshine. Interestingly, during the sun and moon's absence in the story, Ilmarinen the smith tries to forge a new sun and moon to replace them. He hammers and conjures magical fire, and indeed creates shining orbs of gold and silver. But his artificial sun and moon have no true light of their own. They do not rise or travel in the sky properly. Thus, nature's genuine lights had to be restored. This part of the tale teaches a kind of humility. Human craft is wondrous. It can make miracles like the Sampo, a magic mill of plenty in the Kalevala. But some things, like the cosmic order, are beyond full human control and must be respected. Throughout the long winters, Finnish villagers would gather around the hearth in their timber cabins, telling these stories, singing runes in the Kalevala meter, a kind of trochaic tetrameter about stars and creation. The children listen with wide eyes, glancing occasionally at the small window where through the frost they see a star blinking. Perhaps it is the pole star, Pohjantahti, which in myth was like a great nail holding up the sky, or even the end of a cosmic pillar called the Maailman pilvas, the world pillar. In some Eastern Finnish and Karelian traditions, this pole connected earth and sky with the North Star at its tip. Knowing this, one could look at the steady glow of Pohjantahti on a clear night and imagine a giant invisible pine rising from that star straight down into the earth, anchoring everything in place, a comforting thought that there is stability in the universe. Finnish folklore also personified the sun and moon as deities, or at least conscious beings. Paivatar, the sun, and Kuutar, the moon, appear in many folk songs as radiant figures. The sun, often as a golden lady spinning cloth, the moon as a silver-faced gentleman. A Latvian-influenced myth in Lithuania has the sun, Saula, married to the moon, Menulis. But the moon is unfaithful with the morning star, Aushrin. So the thunder god Perkunus cleaves the moon's face, explaining why it waxes and wanes, the Baltic version of a similar idea. In Finland's own law, such relational drama is less explicit, but the sun is revered as life-giving and kind. People sang to Aurinko, sun, at midsummer, and wept when she left in winter. In the spring, Finns celebrated Ukko's Day, for the old sky thunder god Ukko, around the time of the summer solstice, later merged with Johannes, St. John's Day. Bonfires were lit on hilltops and lake shores to augment the sun's power on the shortest night. People wore wreaths of oak leaves for men, and flowers for women, and sang songs all night until sunrise, helping the sun in her longest journey. In these songs, they often address the sun directly, Sol, in the affectionate form, inviting her to dance with them or to bless the fields. One Latvian midsummer song entreats, "Dear little sun, do not hurry to set, our songs and dances are not yet done," reflecting a sweet familiarity and love for the sun. In the depths of winter, around the solstice, quieter rituals persisted, though more subdued in Christian times. On Kekri, the old New Year around All Saints' Day, or Christmas, families might place a sheaf of grain on a pole outside as an offering for birds, and perhaps for the spirits of nature and the sun, to ensure she returns strongly. They also watched the night sky on Christmas Eve, when it was said animals might talk at midnight. A clear, starry eve meant a good harvest next year. A clouded one meant troubles or poor crops. The appearance of the first star that evening marked when the Christmas peace began. Country folk were keen observers of the sky for weather as well. A halo around the moon, a moondog, in winter meant snow was coming. If the northern lights danced fiercely, they interpreted it as revontulet, foxfires, but also perhaps as a sign of coming wind or an omen of events far away, like battles, though that was more common in European superstitions. Lightning and thunder, belonging to Ukko, had a sky role too. In folklore, the Milky Way was sometimes called Ukko's sword, or Vaha, Ukko's axe, as if the great god had cut the sky, spilling stars. If a thunderstorm came oddly out of season, some thought it meant Ukko was driving away a sky dragon, or evil, that was eclipsing the sun. Imagine a Finnish farm in late autumn. The harvest is in, Nights are lengthening. The family sits in the sauna for a weekly bath. As they emerge into the chill night, steam rising from their skin, they look up. The sky is ablaze with stars. The father points out Otava, Big Dipper, and recites a snippet of a poem. Otava on Suri, Mutataina Helmia. The Otava is large, but filled with pearls, meaning the big cart carries treasure in the form of those stars. The mother finds Sulaset, the Pleiades, and notes how high it is. Time to butcher the pig for winter. The Sulaset are at zenith, she jokes, mixing practicality with sky watching. The child, towel wrapped around, stares at the sky's arch and imagines the cosmic egg story the grandmother told. She imagines a great golden yolk sun and white moon emerging from a duck's eggshell. It makes her smile. The sky doesn't seem cold or distant now, but full of life. As the night deepens, all move inside to sleep. Before blowing out the lamp, the grandmother might quietly hum an old lullaby. Taivahala tulet netuntavi, tahiesa taivonkansi. The winds know the heavens on the starry sky's lid. The wind outside picks up, making the house timbers creak softly, perhaps Ilmatar's breath reminding them of her presence. They feel protected by sky and stories as sleep gently overtakes them. As diverse as these cultures are, their stories converge like tributaries into the same vast ocean, an ocean of night that blankets us all. The constellations may have different names, the lessons different flavors, but the fundamental feeling is shared, a sense of wonder, connection, and comfort under the eternal sky. The stars have been our storytellers, our teachers, our timekeepers, and our companions through all of human history. Now, picture a traveller lying down under that sky, perhaps on a cool sand dune, a grassy steppe, a wooden ship deck, or a monastery roof. The hour is late. The hush of night surrounds them. Overhead, the Milky Way flows, a river of memory, carrying all these tales within it. One can almost hear the echoes of those ancient songs and chants, the lullaby of the Mongol grandmother, the hymn of the Zoroastrian priest, the drumbeat from Haiti, the whispered Celtic prayer, the Tibetan mantra carried on the high mountain wind. They blend into a gentle music, a universal lullaby. The traveller's breathing slows in time with that gentle cosmic music. Each inhale draws in the peace of the starlight. Each exhale releases lingering restlessness. The stories have worked their magic. They have shown that across time and space, all people sleep under the same sky, watched over by the same stars. The heavens above are vast, yet friendly. An ancient, sparkling canopy of protection and dreams. Any last thoughts drift away like wisps of cloud. The traveller is floating now in this safe cosmic ocean. The shining myths of old guide them to a tranquil harbour. In the mind's eye appears the North Star, steady and kind, offering guidance but also permission to let go and rest, for stillness has been reached. Eyes closed, heart calm. The traveller feels the embrace of night. It is as if the great Sky Mother, whether called Nut, Ilmatar, Arianrod, or simply Mother Night, has wrapped them in a star-studded cloak. The weight of that cloak is light and reassuring on their shoulders. Every distant sun above is like a soft pinprick in black velvet, letting through a soothing glow from beyond. Breathing eases into the natural rhythm of the world. Perhaps the traveller's body seems to gently rise and fall, as if on a slow cosmic tide, the same rhythm that moves the galaxies. And in that state of serenity, one senses the unity of all these experiences, how a San bushman in Africa telling a star tale to his child, and an Inuit mother whispering about the souls in the aurora, and a pilgrim here and now under the stars are all connected beneath the infinite sky. There is nothing more to do, nowhere else to be. The myths have all been spoken. Their guardians, the elders, the priests, the storytellers of long ago, smile and step back into the shadows, leaving the traveller in peaceful silence. Above, one final star shoots across the vault, perhaps a parting blessing from the universe. In a relaxed mind, it might trace the outline of a celestial river, or a dragon, or a seven-pointed star, whatever symbol of comfort the heart desires. And then it is gone, leaving only a faint trail in memory. In this deep, velvety quiet, the traveller surrenders to the pull of sleep, drifting like a small boat on a calm night sea. They are safe. They are loved. They are part of the great story the stars are telling. The last vestiges of wakefulness melt away. The stories have gently unlocked the gates of dreams. Now that traveller too slips into that realm, perhaps to wander among the stars in slumber, guided by wise ancestors and kindly gods from tonight's tales. The cosmic ocean holds them. Its waves of starlight lull them. Its myths whisper that all is well, as it has been since the first storyteller pointed at the sky and found meaning there. In this shared human cradle under the heavens, peace fills the lungs with each inhale, and any remaining worry drifts away with each exhale. The universe itself seems to breathe in time. The traveller's eyelids are soft and closed, body warm and heavy, mind quiet and free. Night deepens over the world, and the dome of the sky becomes an infinite cosmic ocean. Stars like silver fish drift slowly across the darkness, and a soft hush falls over the land below. In this gentle silence, the ancient skies open themselves to us, inviting us to wander among their constellations and stories. We float as though on a quiet sea, the Milky Way above, arching from horizon to horizon, a pale, glowing river in the sky. Everything feels vast and eternal, yet intimately connected. In that vastness, we may feel small, like a single drop in a boundless sea, yet we also sense that we are part of something greater, a cosmic story woven through every spark of light above. Each star seems to pulse with an old, quiet magic, and each constellation whispers faint echoes of a story from long ago. Slowly, gently, we sink into this serene expanse. The pace of the world has slowed to a dream. Our journey tonight will unfold softly, like a weaving through time and space, through myth and memory. We drift under ancient starlight, exploring gentle tales from distant lands, each story flowing into the next like a slow current on a quiet sea. High in the Andes, the night air is thin and clear. the snow-capped peaks silhouette against a spray of brilliant stars. Over those mountains arches the hazy band of the Milky Way, which the Inca people saw as a great celestial river. They called it Wilcamayu, the sacred river of the sky, mirroring their own life-giving Urubamba River below. Under this breathtaking canopy, an Inca stargazer of old might sit quietly, gazing upward, eyes tracing the dark patches that interrupt the starry river's glow. Unlike many who connect sparkling points of light into figures, the Inca found familiar forms in the darkness itself. In the blot of black between the shining star clouds, they perceived shapes of the animals that shared their world. Within that darkness, a shape emerges, the faint outline of a llama sprawling among the stars. The Inca called this constellation Yacana, the great llama. Yacana is not drawn with stars like the constellations familiar in Western lore, but from the darkness between them, the coal-black nebulae that cloak the Milky Way's light. To the Inca, Yacana was alive, a cosmic llama and a guardian spirit watching over all the llamas on Earth. They imagined her as a mother llama eternally crossing the night sky, with a baby llama following close at her side, nursing from time to time in the quiet of night. Her eyes shine, two bright stars that pierce the darkness. The same stars we know as Alpha and Beta Centauri, glowing at the edge of her silhouette. Legends say that in the time of myth, this great llama roamed the earth, thirsty and powerful. Each night, Yacana descends from the sky to drink from the waters of lakes and oceans. As she walks the path of stars, her woolly body becomes darker, soaking up the night. She wanders the heavens, neck outstretched, searching for water to drink. When at last she finds the great cosmic ocean on the horizon, she lowers her head to sip, relieving her endless thirst. But Yacana's thirst serves a sacred purpose, one that protects the world below. For she does not drink ordinary water. She drinks the water of human sorrow. All the pain, sadness, and suffering pooled in the world's waters. She gently laps up and carries away in her celestial fleece. By dawn, she has drunk her fill of these sorrows, and with silent grace, she prevents those dark waters from ever overflowing and flooding the earth. In this way, the great llama guards humanity, sipping away our grief each night under cover of darkness. On earth, people knew nothing of her quiet labour, only that if Yacana's invisible presence ever chose to rest upon a person, it was a blessing beyond measure. The story goes that if a traveller or shepherd happened to lie in a place where the mother llama paused to feed her baby star llama, they would awaken to find the ground covered in tufts of celestial llama wool. This magical fleece would be of every colour, blue, white, black, brown, shimmering in the dawn light. That fortunate soul would gather the heavenly wool and bring it home, and soon all hardship would leave their life. Their llamas would multiply and thrive, and prosperity would bless them forever, gifted by the cosmic llama herself. But Yacana is just and kind. She would never favour only one person. In the oldest times, they say, many people across the high Andes were quietly aided by her generosity. She treated everyone equally, ensuring that those who received the llama's gift did so with gratitude and respect. Imagine the comfort this tale brought to an Inca villager gazing at the night sky. The darkness above was not empty or threatening. It was filled with a gentle guardian. The Milky Way's pale band was the flowing water of life, and there, nestled in its dark folds, a mother llama and her child journeyed among the stars, watching over the herds and the people below. In the stillness of an Andean night, one could look up and feel that the struggles and sorrows of the day were being lifted, sipped away by Yakana's compassionate spirit. It was as if the heavens themselves cared for the earth, an eternal reminder that even in the deepest darkness, a loving presence moved silently on our behalf. As the hours pass, the mighty Lama slowly crosses the zenith and begins to slip toward the west. The cosmic river of the Milky Way wheels with the turning of the night. The scene above changes, and with it, new shapes emerge. Yakana gives way to other figures coming to drink from the celestial river. Silhouettes of a fox, a serpent, and a little partridge bird leading the Lama's path. The Inca saw all of these living forms in the sky's shadows, each with their own subtle stories and significance. Under that endless sparkling dome, their imaginations thrived, finding a reflection of their world in the stars. The night sky was alive with animals and spirits, a tapestry of the familiar woven into the vast unknown. The vision of the Lama in the sky begins to fade now, as a gentle mist rolls over the Andean peaks and the first hint of dawn approaches. But our journey is not ending. It is only drifting onward, shifting softly to a new horizon, a new chapter of the night. The stars do not sleep, and neither do the stories. The great cosmic river that flows above us runs around the entire globe, binding all nights and all places together. Following that river of stars, we leave the high mountains and travel further south, where new skies and new myths await. The jagged silhouette of the Andes melts away. Now stretches a broad, quiet plain beneath the starry firmament. We find ourselves under the endless skies of the Australian outback. The air here is warm and still. The horizon is so flat and far that the bowl of the sky feels overwhelmingly vast. Thousands of stars sparkle with hard brilliance in the clear desert air. The same Milky Way river glitters overhead, but the constellations have shifted. We are looking at the heavens from a different latitude, in Earth's deep southern regions. The great band of the Milky Way pours across the sky, and here too the ancient people found profound meaning in its glow and its shadows. Indigenous Australians, who have lived on this land for tens of millennia, have a rich celestial lore. On this quiet night, imagine the campfires of an Aboriginal family burning low, embers and smoke drifting up to mingle with the stars. The elders look to the sky and point out a dark shape sprawled against the Milky Way's light. It is tremendously large, much larger than any of the familiar star patterns of the north. The darkness forms the shape of a great emu, the flightless bird that roams the Australian plains. There it is, the long neck and body formed by the dark dust clouds cutting into the Milky Way, the head outlined by the Coalsack Nebula near the Southern Cross. This is the Emu in the sky, a constellation known to many Aboriginal peoples across Australia. According to legend, in the dreaming, the time of creation and ancestral spirits, the emu was a spirit that once lived on the earth. In that primordial age, emus were not bound to the ground. They could fly and move between the realms of land and sky. One such spirit emu soared upward and embedded itself among the stars. There it became the dark emu in the sky, a guardian looking down on the land. Its head rests near the Southern Cross, and its body stretches across the centre of the Milky Way, all the way toward the galaxy's bulging heart. On a clear autumn night in Australia, this emu form becomes visible, quietly watching. The emu in the sky is more than a cosmic picture. It is also a celestial calendar. When the emu's dark form stands upright in the sky at dusk, it signals the time of year when real emus are laying their eggs. Indigenous communities know then to begin their search for emu eggs, a vital food, always gathering them with care and respect. Later in the year, when the emu appears to stretch out along the horizon at sunset, the egg-laying season is ending. In this way, the sky spirit and the earth creature move in harmony. The emu in the sky has its own cycle, teaching people when to act and when to wait, all encoded in the slow dance of the stars. Beyond its practical role, the sight of this great cosmic bird is profoundly spiritual. Around desert campfires, storytellers speak in hushed tones of how the emu came to rest in the heavens, a gift from the ancestors to remind people of lessons, of timing, and of the sacred balance between all things. So under the same Milky Way that the Inca saw as a river for animals to drink from, the Aboriginal Australians see a great celestial being born of their dreaming. Both peoples, worlds apart, gazed up at the dark shapes in that river of light and found beloved creatures from their own lives transformed into sky guardians. One culture sees a llama protecting and providing, another sees an emu guiding and teaching. The night sky became a canvas for their hopes and observations. As we lie under this sky, we can feel the kinship with those ancient observers. The stars bridge continents and ages, carrying similar dreams in different guises. Gazing higher, above the emu's elongated form, another cluster of stars comes into view, small but striking, like a tiny mist of diamonds. It is the Pleiades star cluster, sparkling delicately. In Australia, as in many places on Earth, these 7 bright stars are tightly bound to legend. They are often known as the Seven Sisters. In an Aboriginal tale widely told, with variations in different language groups, the Seven Sisters were once ancestral women of great beauty and power who came down to Earth. While they were travelling across the land, a hunter or spirit man saw them and became infatuated. In one version, this man is identified as Orion, the same Orion constellation known around the world, here envisioned as a powerful hunter in the sky. The hunter desired the sisters and pursued them ceaselessly. The 7 women fled, running across hills and deserts to escape his advances. They were fast and clever, but the hunter was persistent. When they realized he would not stop, the sisters decided to take refuge in the sky itself. One by one, they leapt into the heavens. Their bodies transformed into 7 bright stars, clustering together for safety. There they remain, a tight-knit group of sisters shining each night. The hunter, depicted by Orion's stars, also ascended to the sky and still chases them across the firmament. Night after night, he follows, but he can never quite catch his prey. The women stay just ahead of him, eternally out of reach, protected by their togetherness and their light. Sometimes people note that usually only 6 of the Pleiades stars are very clearly visible to the naked eye, the 7th being dimmer. Aboriginal storytellers, like the Greek storytellers of old, have their explanations. Perhaps one of the sisters is hiding, or one was lost, or stays invisible. Or maybe she is tending a fire or a child, and only her faint glow is seen. These nuances differ with each telling, but the heart of the story endures. The bond of sisterhood, and the theme of pursuit. Across the world, remarkably, the Pleiades inspired similar tales of a group of sisters or companions, and a chasing figure. In Aboriginal Australia, The tale can carry moral weight, teaching about proper conduct and respecting those who do not welcome pursuit, or warning of the consequences of unbridled desire. But on a gentler level, it is a drama played out in the stars that anyone can watch on a clear night. As Orion rises and the Pleiades dance ahead of him, one can imagine the scene and feel both the thrill of the chase and the reassurance that the sisters remain safely together, their light never dimmed. Under the Australian sky, the night wears on. The Milky Way tilts, and the Emu sinks lower, making way for the coming dawn. The seven sisters, high overhead, slowly drift westward, still pursued by Orion's glittering form. A cool breeze rustles through the spinifex grass and carries the scent of the desert. We close our eyes for a moment and listen to the quiet, hearing perhaps the faint echo of an Aboriginal songline, a song that traces the stars and tells their stories, passed down through countless generations. These songlines are more than just stories. They are living maps that crisscross the land and sky, carrying in their verses the directions, seasons, and histories of the people. By following a songline, one can navigate vast distances or recall when to hunt and harvest, all guided by the landscape and the stars. In this way, melody and night are intertwined, each reinforcing the memory of the other. In this dreamlike state, the boundaries of place and time blur. The emu, the sisters, the hunter, all of them become part of a universal tableau, one that we too are now entangled in as we imagine these ancient dramas playing out above. Now the scene gently transforms again. The vast red plains and eucalyptus trees of Australia give way to lush green. We drift northward across warm seas to a scattering of emerald islands in the ocean. The air grows thick with the scent of tropical flowers and salt. We have arrived in the archipelagos of Southeast Asia, among them the Philippines. Here, on a balmy night long ago, villagers gather under coconut palms and a sky stippled with stars. In the thick, warm air, fireflies flicker among the trees like fallen stars, blurring the boundary between earth and sky. The cultural memory here holds a very old story, one not about particular constellations, but about the origin of starlight itself. They say that in the beginning, the sky was very near to the earth, so close one could almost touch it just by reaching up. In those days, the heavens were not yet adorned with the billions of stars we see now. It was a time of dimness, when night fell dark and deep. In one Filipino legend, there lived a hard-working woman who went out each evening to pound rice into flour. Every night, before she began her work, she removed her beautiful beaded necklace from around her neck and took the ornate comb from her hair, hanging them on the low sky for safekeeping. In the warm darkness, the sky hung above her like a close, rocky ceiling, and her beads and comb clinked softly as they dangled overhead. Night after night she worked, the rhythmic sound of her mortar and pestle echoing. But one fateful evening, as the woman pounded the rice, she lifted her pestle just a bit higher than usual. With a powerful swing, she struck the sky itself. The sky, which had been resting just above, was startled. Like a great blue curtain suddenly pulled, the sky recoiled and began to rise. The woman watched in amazement as her once familiar firmament lifted away from reach. Higher and higher it floated, expanding into a vast dome. To her dismay, she saw her necklace and comb being borne up into the heavens with it. The beads of her necklace scattered as the sky moved, each bead drifting off into the now enormous expanse. The comb too shimmered and changed shape. When at last the sky had found its new home high above, the woman's necklace was gone. But its beads had transformed into countless new stars, shining brilliantly where once there had been darkness. Her comb became a beautiful crescent moon, casting a gentle light. The night was no longer blind and black. It was alive with a soft, sparkling glow. The villagers stepped out of their homes and marvelled at the sight. Tiny jewels now glimmered everywhere in the heavens, lighting their paths in their dreams. What had been an accident became a blessing for the world. And the sky, now safely out of reach of any further strikes, would forever keep the stars and the moon high above and beyond the grasp of humans below. Imagine the wonder of that tale being told under a tropical sky. The listeners, perhaps children with wide, gleaming eyes, would gaze up at the spangled heavens and picture those lost beads scattered across space. Each star was a piece of something familiar and treasured, a reminder that even a small, everyday act can have cosmic consequences. The story has a gentle humour. Who would hang their jewels on the sky? Yet also a poetic truth. It explains why the stars exist and why the moon has the shape of a comb. It reassures us that once, long ago, a human touch helped create the beauty above. This legend of the star's origin carries a lullaby-like comfort. It paints the universe not as something distant and cold, but as intimately connected to human life. A sky so close, people could hang their belongings on it, a cosmos that responds to a single person's actions. It suggests that the divide between earth and sky was bridged by chance and carelessness, yet turned into something lovely and meaningful. In a way, it says that people and the heavens grew apart only by a kind of celestial accident, and yet we remain linked by those stars, which are as much a part of our story as we are of theirs. Far away, in another land, a story echoes this theme of lights igniting the darkness. We journey westward in our minds, crossing great oceans and continents, until we come to the vast savannas of sub-Saharan Africa. The night here is alive with a chorus of insects and distant calls of animals. A pair of owls softly trade calls from an acacia tree, and far across the plain, a jackal yips at the moon. The sky above is a thick velvet darkness pierced by countless stars, as if someone had flung a handful of glowing dust across the heavens. And indeed, that is very close to what one old story says happened. The San people, one of the first peoples of southern Africa, tell a creation story of the Milky Way. In the beginning of the world, night was pitch black, making travel treacherous, and the people fearful of losing their way. One night, an anxious young girl found herself in a camp where the fire was dying low, and her family hadn't returned from hunting. She wished to help them find their way home. So, in a moment of inspiration, she scooped up a handful of warm ash and glowing embers from the fire. With a graceful, sweeping motion, she cast them into the sky. The embers caught on the firmament and spread out, glowing softly. Where each spark flew, a new star flickered to life. Pale ash became the faint shimmer of the Milky Way's band. The sky, once solid black, now had a wide swath of gentle light arching across it, like the lingering glow of a great fire. Soon, her family and all the others could see this faint trail in the heavens and use it to navigate through the darkness. From that night onward, the Milky Way became a beacon for travellers, a pathway of light, reminding everyone of a brave girl's act of love and hope. For some, that misty band was more than a guide for journeys. It was the very road upon which souls of the departed walked into the heavens. People imagined the stars as the campfires of their ancestors, sparkling with reassurance that even in the deepest night, their loved ones watched over them from the sky. Under the African sky, around a crackling fire, one can imagine an elder ending this story and the listeners falling into awed silence as they look up. The broad Milky Way above, which to the Xhosa people can appear like the raised bristles on an angry animal's back, now also holds the tender image of a girl's act of kindness. The stars are not just distant suns. They are embers of a communal hearth, cast high to guide and comfort. The night becomes a little less cold and unknown when thought of that way. Each silvery star is a piece of warmth and light from our world, placed in the sky by caring hands. And the stars of Africa carry more than one tale. Different peoples across the continent found their own pictures in the sky. In the southern African plains, when they saw the bold constellation of Orion dominating the summer nights, they didn't see the Greek hunter with belt and sword. Instead, they saw a scene from their own savannah. Orion's 3 belt stars were 3 zebras running in a line. The bright star we call Aldebaran, shining nearby with a reddish hue, was seen as a hunter who had been sent out to catch those zebras. Orion's sword, the vertical line of fainter stars below the belt, was the hunter's arrow. The story goes that the hunter carried only 1 arrow, and when he shot at the 3 zebras, he missed. His arrow flew past them and still lies there, the stars of Orion's sword mark where it landed. The hunter longed to retrieve his arrow and try again, but between him and the zebras stood a fierce lion, some say represented by another nearby star or group of stars. Because the lion guarded that part of the sky, the hunter dared not approach. And so he remains there in the heavens, unable to complete his hunt, watching the zebras eternally, his arrow forever out of reach. This tale, shared in various forms among San and other southern African peoples, turns the night sky into an African hunting ground frozen in time. For those around the fire, hearing it from a storyteller's lips, the patterns above transform. What others call a belt becomes animals they know. The myths of distant lands are replaced by myths of their own, populated with zebra, lion, and a skilled but thwarted hunter. It was as if the cosmos were a mirror to their landscape and life. One might consider the feelings behind this story too, the hunter's frustration and yearning, the tension of the chase left unresolved. But in the context of a meditative night, even this eternal chase feels more wistful than violent, a gentle reminder that not every desire finds its fulfillment, and some quests remain forever incomplete. Yet still, the sky remains peaceful, the zebras run on, the hunter watches, and the scene is locked in an eternal balance. And beyond the myths, the skies also served as calendars and clocks. The first appearance of certain stars heralded changes in weather or the time to sow and reap. In southern Africa, for example, the reappearance of the brilliant star Canopus, widely known as the Horn Star, signalled the onset of winter and the need to prepare for the dry season. Thus, the movements of the cosmos helped guide the movements of people on Earth, binding their daily survival to the stars above. Now our journey carries us onward again, moving north under the same canopy of stars. As we venture into higher latitudes, the air grows crisper and the stars rearrange themselves above. The familiar Southern Cross sinks behind us, and in the far north, A steadfast beacon, Polaris, rises, heralding a new cosmic perspective. The African plains slowly fade, and in their place spreads the vast steppe of Central Asia. Feel the air turn cold and clear. Over these endless grasslands, the night sky feels even more immense. An unbroken bowl of black sprinkled with starlight, stretching from one horizon to the other. Here and there, a lonely mountain range pierces the smooth plains, and perhaps a nomad's round tent glows softly with firelight in the distance. For the wandering peoples of Central Asia, who travelled with their herds under open skies, the stars were lifelong companions. They had their own stories, blending heroism and cosmic order to make sense of the patterns above. Look to the north, where one star shines steadily, not rising or setting like the others, but holding almost still as the night wheels around it. This is the North Star, the fixed point used by travellers for ages to navigate. In Mongolia, there is a beloved story about how that star came to reign over the northern sky. They call the North Star Altan Geji, sometimes Altan Gadza, the golden peg, and around it 7 bright stars curve in a familiar pattern, what many know as the Big Dipper, or in Mongolian, Dolun Burkung, the 7 gods. The legend tells of a time when 8 earthly brothers performed a great deed together. In one version, they rescued a princess from a fearsome giant bird, displaying courage and unity. In gratitude, the king promised the princess's hand in marriage to the eldest brother. But before the wedding could take place, fate intervened in a wondrous way. The brother's aging father decided to test his sons to see who was truly worthy of inheriting his prized possession, a magnificent golden arrow. The father shot this enchanted arrow high into the sky, declaring that whichever son retrieved it would have it as his own. All 8 brothers sprang into action, chasing the arrow as it arced into the heavens. Up and up it flew, piercing the veil between earth and sky. Amazingly, the brothers managed to follow it into the air, leaving the ground far below. The youngest brother was clever and swift. As the arrow began to slow and hover in the heavens, he surged ahead of his siblings with a final burst of speed. His fingers closed around the golden arrow, catching it before any other could claim it. In that instant, he transformed into the golden peg star, the radiant North Star, fixed forever at the celestial pole. The other 7 brothers arrived just a heartbeat too late. The prize was already won. In their disappointment, they could neither return to Earth without it, nor wrest it from their youngest brother's grasp. So they, too, took their places in the sky, forming a loose circle around the victorious youngest. They became the 7 bright stars encircling the North Star. To the people on the steppes below, this is why the North Star stands at the center, gleaming steadily, while the 7 other stars of the Big Dipper slowly wheel about it through the night. They say the 7 older brothers are watching over the youngest one, protecting him as he holds the golden arrow for eternity. And the North Star, in turn, watches over all of us, a steadfast beacon that never disappears, even as the seasons change. Perhaps those nomads, travelling by night across featureless grasslands, would look up and find comfort in this story. No matter how far from home they roamed, the golden peg in the sky was always there to anchor their way. It symbolized loyalty, fraternity, and guidance, a cosmic assurance that someone up there is keeping watch, surrounded by faithful kin. Under that Central Asian sky, it is easy to picture a lone rider pausing on a cold night, his breath a mist, eyes fixed on Altan Geji, the North Star. He remembers the tale of the 8 brothers and feels kinship with the youngest who achieved the impossible, and tenderness for the 7 who chose to stay and guard him. The night feels less lonely. The constancy of Polaris becomes not just a fact of astronomy, but a promise written in myth. Remain true, and one will never be lost. Our long voyage through the starry myths now leads us to the great ocean, an ocean both literal and figurative. We follow the stars over mountains and tundra until they shine down on gentle waves and coral atolls crowned with palms. We have arrived in the vast Pacific, where the open sea stretches beyond the horizon in every direction. Here, for countless generations, Polynesian navigators journeyed in canoes across distances so great they seem almost beyond belief, or without modern instruments. They had only nature's signs to guide them, and chief among those were the stars. For these oceanic people, the night sky was a cherished map and a trusted friend full of stories. The stars not only told them where they were, the stars were also their ancestors and their gods, their inspiration and their solace on long nights over an endless sea. Picture a double-hulled Polynesian voyaging canoe. It sails down for the night, drifting under a sky that glitters from horizon to horizon. The water is calm, a dark mirror to the star field above. Now and then, a ripple of blue-green light appears in the canoe's wake, plankton glowing with a faint bioluminescence, like stars fallen into the sea. It is as if the boundary between sky and ocean dissolves. Above and below, the same gentle lights cradle and guide us. Lying on the deck, a navigator looks upward, identifying every point of light. Each has a name and a purpose in his mind. One particularly bright star, low on the horizon ahead, is Hokulea, the star of joy, known elsewhere as Arcturus, which navigators use to help find the Hawaiian Islands. Over there is Tepu, the pillar. We know it as Sirius, the brightest star of all, marking another direction. The sky is a grand compass, and the navigator feels the presence of all those who sailed before, teaching him which stars rise and set at which points on the ocean rim. Beyond the practical, these stars carry legends that make them come alive. One famous Polynesian story speaks of the demigod Maui, a culture hero known for mischievous feats, who once cast his magical fishhook into the sea. Maui's hook caught hold of the ocean floor, and as he pulled with all his might, he hauled up land itself from beneath the waves. This is how, the myths say, new islands were fished up into being. And when Maui had finished shaping the world, he hurled his hook into the sky, where its shape can still be seen. Look at the constellation of Scorpius on a summer night. Its curving tail and bright hook-like claws form the outline of a giant fishhook in the sky. Polynesians saw Maui's fishhook in those stars. Hanging in the heavens, it served as both a reminder of creation and a practical navigational marker. When the fishhook constellation sank below the horizon, certain seasons were changing, a sign to alter course or prepare for a new part of the yearly cycle. When it stood high overhead, it was as if Maui were proudly displaying the tool that pulled up islands, an assurance that new possibilities lie hidden beyond the horizon. Another tale told among Pacific Islanders, particularly those of the Torres Strait, between Australia and New Guinea, is the story of Tagai, the great celestial fisherman. Tagai was a skilled fisher who set out with his crew of 12 on a voyage. One night, while Tagai diligently steered their canoe under the starry sky, his crew grew careless and drank all of the fresh water and ate much of the food. Their transgression angered Tagai, for they had disrespected the balance of life and the laws of the sea. In his fury and disappointment, Tagai cast his unworthy crew overboard into the heavens. He placed them in the sky in 2 groups. 6 of them became the little cluster we call the Pleiades, and the other 6 became part of the constellation of Orion. Tagai himself stepped into the sky, holding a long fishing spear and standing in his canoe. He can be seen in the stars that stretch across the southern sky. Some islanders say that the Southern Cross forms the handle of Tagai's canoe, and nearby stars outline his figure. The wide stream of the Milky Way is imagined as his celestial sea. Forever, Tagai stands upright in the night, holding his spear, watching over the Torres Strait waters and making sure that harmony is kept. His former crew, now turned into stars far to his north, can do no more harm. They simply twinkle faintly, a warning and a lesson. The lesson Tagai imparts is the importance of respecting the limits set by nature and by the gods. Never taking more than one's share, never upsetting the order that keeps everyone safe. For Polynesian voyagers navigating by starlight, such stories were more than moral lessons. They were memory aids for the sky. Singing of Tagai and his lost crew helped them remember which stars were which, and how those stars moved with the seasons. Telling of Maui's fishhook helped them keep track of that constellation's arc across the sky. In the poetry of these myths, practical knowledge and spiritual meaning merged seamlessly. A navigator could be steering by the rise of Arcturus, while also recalling that it was the guiding star of an ancestral voyager. The cosmos above was personal, alive, and compassionate. Now, as we lie back on the gently rocking canoe of our imagination, the light of all these stars washes over us. The brilliance of the tropic sky is mirrored in the black ocean below, so it feels as though we are floating in space itself, surrounded by glinting souls. The boundaries between water and sky blur. We are truly afloat in a cosmic ocean. We can almost sense Tagai at the helm and Maui somewhere near the horizon with a grin, ready to pull up new islands. Our voyage through the myths of the cosmic ocean is drawing toward its close. We have flowed along the river of the Milky Way, touched shores on different continents, and listened to the gentle waves of story lap against our hearts. Each culture we visited looked up at the night and saw reflections of their own lives, their hopes, lessons, and wonders shimmering back down. We too, in journeying with them, have become part of that tradition, finding meaning and comfort in the same stars that guided and inspired our ancestors. Think of the common threads: a caring llama mother who protects the world from floods of sorrow, a great emu spirit reminding people when to gather sustenance, sisters who stay together, outwitting danger, a thoughtful woman and a brave girl whose simple actions brought light to the darkness, a faithful band of brothers securing a guide star, a trickster demigod and a stern fisherman marking the sky with lessons of their own. For all their diversity, each tale shows how our ancestors looked to the sky and saw reflections of their own dreams and hopes. The night was never truly empty or impersonal to them. It was alive with warmth and meaning. These are different, yet all speak to deeper truths of compassion, of knowledge passed down, of unity and guidance, of respecting the natural order, of creativity and courage. In every story, the vast impersonal night becomes something intimate, a caring friend, a teacher, a repository of memory. Now the night sky above is all one piece again, as if all those imagined forms and figures from around the world have gathered overhead to watch over us. In the mind's eye, the sparkling arc of the Milky Way is brighter than ever, encompassing the whole sky like a luminous bridge. Perhaps the stars themselves seem to hum with the faint music of all these tales, a lullaby from antiquity. The cosmic ocean is calm tonight. Its waves of starlight rise and fall slowly, matching the gentle rhythm of our breath. Now we drift gently on this sea of stars. We are weightless, safe, cradled by the same darkness that soothed the hearts of those before us. In this moment, burdens seem to ease, as if drawn out by the great celestial Lama's gentle thirst. Any restlessness is soothed by the knowledge that the cosmos above is orderly and full of friendly stories. The stars wheel slowly overhead, and we wheel with them into a deeper quiet. The last lights of consciousness twinkle, and then gently fade, like beads of a necklace finally coming to rest in the high sky. We are floating in a safe, endless night, surrounded by love, wisdom, and wonder from every corner of the earth. The myths of the cosmic ocean watch over us now as we slip into the sea of sleep. In this peaceful surrender, each of us joins the eternal story, tiny, beloved parts of the universe, shining brightly in our own way in the great tapestry of the stars. As sleep enfolds us, the ancient sky holds us gently, carrying us through the night on the calm waters of the cosmic ocean.